UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh and a very good morning. How are you? How is everyone doing? Well, we hope that everyone is in good condition, having a good Wi-Fi signal to continue our second day of the webinar on value-based leadership and values-based performance, Series 2 2021, with the theme, The Rise of Values-Based Leaders in Action. Yeah, we had a great day yesterday, listening to the wisdom and thoughts from our distinguished speakers on setting the values in leadership into actions. And today, we are going to have more awesome sessions from the sharing of our notable leaders in the higher learning institution, inshallah. The focus today is not only on the action, and we will going to talk on what drive the action to become success and significant, and also to hear from the Regional Center of Excellence, RCE of in education, all over, from Kuching, Penang, and Gombak. That will happen in the afternoon. And now that I believe everyone is ready, and I can see on the screen the secretariat members of the webinar from the Management Services Division, MSD IIUM. They are all in action. They're giving cue for us to start. Okay, all right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's a time for us to start now. And on the screen, on the Zoom platform right now, we are reaching to 300, almost 300 participants, and coming in the YouTube as well. So inshallah, this morning we are going to have, we are expecting to have 500 participants online. And well, I think it's about time. So the secretariat is giving me the cue for us to start our session with the dua recitation from Al-Fadil Ustaz Ramadan Subki Abdullah from Sultan Haji Ahmad Shah Mosque. Tafaddal.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله الذي جعل أول يومنا هذا صلاحا وأوسطه فلاحا وآخره نجاحا والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه ومن اهتدى. O Allah, we beg thee all of good things which pertains to this day and days hereafter. You have bestowed on us the greatness of your ni'mah in which we could never imagine, and you have protected us from harm when we cannot detach ourselves from it. We have done deeds in which only you have the knowledge of its good or its bad. O Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate, bless all of us today in this seminar. Make it a stage for further prosperity and progress, and be of great benefit and contribution to the development of our people in Malaysia and the whole of the Ummah. O Allah, we plead that you shower tawfiq upon us for us to continue to do good deeds that receive your pleasure and a harmonious life that you bless. O Allah, we seek your might to safeguard our physical self so that we continue to worship you. Keep us so that our hearts are filled with love. Please open our hearts so that we seek you always, just like how you open the hearts of those who are righteous. Please place us among those who keep to their promises and able to fulfill our responsibilities. Please make our life a witness to all deeds that you have enjoined us to do, O Allah, the most gracious, the most giving. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Jazakallah, Ustaz. Alhamdulillah, we have done with the recitation of dua in this morning to begin our session during this day, Jumaat Barakah, inshallah. And ladies and gentlemen, this morning we are indeed grateful to have the presence of yang berbahagia, Datuk yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail. Okay, Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail is the chair of Ibn Khaldun of UIAM, and she is with us online now. You can see her on the platform, right? And ladies and gentlemen, for your information, Yang Berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Asma was with us in the first series of VBL VBP in February this year. If you can just remember, especially for those who have joined us previously. And I clearly remembered when I announced or when I read through her profile, I was so excited to announce and to read it through, to announce to everyone that Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail is the woman of many firsts. Right? So just imagine how grateful, and we are so honored to have Datuk Dr. Asma again with us. And just to recall what she has shared with us previously in February, I remember clearly that Datuk Dr. Asma urged all of us to take the presence of COVID-19 in a positive manner, where we should take it as the time for us all to change. So that is the note that I really ponder until now. Okay, and that is the gist of her speech or her talk previously. And most importantly, in her previous talk, Dr. Asma also emphasized on the importance of intercultural competency. That I clearly remember as well, in which we should acquaint ourselves in cultural competencies in order to lead the values in leadership of the HLI. So today we hope to listen more from her, and as mentioned by our secretariat just now, that they are, your peminat ramai ni, your fan is so many out there, Datuk. They are so eager to wait for your session. Okay, everyone was like, asking us, are we starting? When are we starting? We have mentioned to them we started inshallah by 9:15, but they cannot wait. So Datuk, well, today you are going to talk on the topic, on the title, Becoming Best Self, Best Leader Who Makes an Impact. And in which, inshallah, we hope to unveil the attributes and what should be done to make a significant impact as a leader. Datuk. And tapi, before I pass the platform over to you, Datuk, let me again introduce Profesor Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail. Ladies and gentlemen, Yang Berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail is the woman of many firsts. And this is the second time I mentioned about the first. All right. She was the first female VC of University Science Islam Malaysia, USIM, in 2012. And the first female VC of University Science Malaysia, USM, from 2016 to 2019. That is my alma mater, making her the first woman to be appointed twice as the Vice Chancellor of a public university, the third first. She has served as the country's first female Director General of Higher Education from 2014 to 2016, and is currently the first female president of Academy of Sciences Malaysia from 2016 to 2022, insyaAllah. Currently, she is the Ibn Sina chairholder of UIAM with her landmark contributions to Malaysia's higher education system, which include the establishment of the prestigious National Academic Award, Anugerah Akademik Negara, the establishment of research universities in Malaysia, and also in co-helming the development and implementation of the Malaysian Education Blueprint Higher Education 2013 to 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, please, over to you, Professor Datuk Dr. Asma.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Can everybody hear me? Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Very good morning, and thank you very much, Madam MC, for the kind introduction. So if I can be allowed to share my slides. Is it share? Okay, I need to ask IIUM, are you seeing my slide? Nampak ke?
Clear, very clear, insyaAllah.
Okay. All right, so then I shall now start. Okay, first of all, thank you so much to IIUM and AKEPT for inviting me again to give the talk, but this time on the different topics, okay, which is on becoming best self, best leader who makes an impact. So let me begin by saying, okay, this is what I'm going to cover. First of all, of course, knowing the big picture and the type of leadership that is now needed in the country, and about leadership, what it takes to be a leader. And then I'm going to go into values-based leadership and some of the traits of values-based leadership. But more important now, to move into the concept of self-leadership. And when you go into self-leadership, there are always positive and negative influence leaders. And then to put it into action, how do you now operationalize leadership now in the university? And of course, I will tie it all up by saying, does leadership in the university matter? Who is your vice chancellor? Who's your deputy vice chancellor? Does it matter? Or, you know, because you're saying you're so far away from the VC and the TNC, you know, it doesn't matter who comes in and who goes out, as long as your microenvironment is taken care of. And then, of course, to discuss that leadership is a journey. So let me begin by saying that the world is changing at an incredible speed, and that would to lead, therefore, would mean to face many unknown challenges. This is the new kind of vice chancellorship that is needed now to lead the university, because you're going to face with many unknown challenges. COVID-19 is just one example, but you're going to face more, especially with the disruptive technologies that's coming in. And of course, as you know, more pandemics will be coming in. So things need to now undergo a lot of change and a rapid change in order to be able to adapt. And therefore, we need to change in order to stay relevant. And to be an exemplary leader, you need to understand the big picture, because there's nothing worse than understand, you know, kata bawah tempurung, you know, you understand only your small microcosm, and at the end of the day, when you want to lead people, you have no idea how to bring the people forward, because you yourself is not involved at the national level or not involved at the international level, or you don't even know what's happening in the country in terms of where things are leading, in terms of research, in terms of academic, where are we going? So you need to know the big picture. And the big picture is that the new era of education and research all are going forward now from the knowledge-based economy, which we are now going to now the bio-green economy, and going now to the humanization economy, where wisdom, moral, spiritual now becomes the in thing. And therefore the future now concentrate on impact or outcome rather than just output or what we call KPI. And we are now, as we go towards humanization economy, you see that there is a need now for values-based and values-based leadership, values-based organization. And when you perform R&D now, it's also R&D with impact, right? And this is where, when we ask to have wisdom, what have you done with the knowledge that you have generated? So meaning to say, well, even though in the journey of an academic, it is obviously you still have to publish, generating of knowledge, disseminating of knowledge, that's still necessary. But the next thing is that you have to translate this knowledge into something that is of benefit. All right, so that at the end of the day, did it create an impact? And we don't want knowledge just to remain at the age index or the citation index and or the impact factor, and then just remain there. But the society, the industry, the country, the ummah has not benefited from the knowledge that you have generated. And COVID-19 basically has taught us many lessons. I've said that many times, but it's teaching a lesson for you now to address the gaps, because this is, and you need to address this gap very fast. And the pandemic has taught us that in order to remain resilient, that means to bounce back, so that the next pandemic, we are all prepared, the next MCO, we are all prepared. We need basically science to power our economy post-COVID-19. And while political leaders all lock their borders, we now see a sharing of information and global collaboration. This is the key word: share of information, global collaboration among scientists, among researchers in this worldwide race to co-create the development of vaccines or diagnostics or even therapeutics. And we see scientists now show shared responsibility by repurposing their labs to actually better understand the virus, and the engineers now repurpose their lab to produce more of the PPE. The key word I want to stress here is that we want to go into leadership, bring the organization, bring your department, bring your division, no longer working in silo, but working in collaboration. And we now, for the future pandemic preparedness, we also understand that science, technology, and innovation alone will not allow for resilience, right? We need to work now in an integrated and collaborative ecosystem and no longer in silos, meaning to say we have to go for whole government approach, we have to go for whole societal approach, and one more that I want to add, we have also to go for the global approach. And so we need a strategic and systematic integration, therefore, of science, technology, religion, arts, humanities, along with innovation, entrepreneurial, and global mindset in order to adequately meet the challenges of the 21st century. And that means we need to work together to provide solutions for humanity, and no longer about how each discipline, Quran and Sunnah, is different from Faculty of Economy and Muamalat, is different from Faculty of Science, different from Faculty of Medicine, different from Allied Health. All these things now is no longer in silo. There is a need now for convergence, and that means to say out with this concept of working only within your discipline, you need to now work with the others as well. So in short, complex global issues, I remember probably the RCE in the afternoon will be telling you that if you now go into the community, complex global issues will require now an integrated ecosystem to actually connect the dots and provide the solutions that can create a sustainable change. And to connect the dots, we must have the convergence of knowledge from the sciences and also from the other disciplines, and we must collaborate. So this civic spiritness, the civic of sharing, the civic of being responsible, collaborative, social solidarity, all these are positive outcomes that basically need to extend beyond the COVID-19 crisis. And this is the spirit that we now want to teach our future generation, the concept of good citizenry and values-based education. And this is already there in the higher education blueprint. The problem is most of us never read it, and most of us also have forgotten about it, but it's always there as a guide in shift 1. That means the universities need to nurture learned values-based talents that are balanced between knowledge and character. We have always asked for balance, and this is basically the way forward. And this is also stated in the National Education Policy of Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan. And to be impactful, we need to internalize values and then teach the values to the future generation. And we also need to develop values-based leaders and an education ecosystem in the country, if not in your own university, that also needs to be entrenched in values. And with Industry 4.0, even Carl Schwab, the one with that started the World Economic Forum, he's also now saying that the biggest global issue is the continued erosion of trust. So trust between people, trust between academia and industry, trust between the people and the government, all this, we are lacking in trust. And therefore, we should now bring back values to bring trust back. And the future talent, today's educators basically are preparing students for jobs that don't yet exist using technologies not yet invented to solve problems not yet identified. Like I said in the beginning, we are facing with a lot of unknowns. If we ourselves as the academic is facing this unknown and we don't even know how to overcome it, how are we going to train the talents of the future? So this is very important, because the students, when they now go out there in the real world, they also are going to face with a lot of unknowns. So the future, as we all know, is about negotiating with VUCA, which is volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity. And therefore, to face VUCA, we need to prepare individuals now with strong values. And this is the time, as I said many times, to reset the button for higher education. This is the time for the curriculum in the university to address values-based and showing for the first time, hopefully, integration of knowledge between the arts, the humanities, the science, technology, and combine that. See, learning in the classroom alone is not enough. You have to combine that with experiential learning. And now we say combine that also with spirituality. And should also now start by having interdisciplinary components or integrated knowledge that strengthens the understanding of providing solutions to global problems, providing solutions to SDGs, the climate change, with appreciation of local values and global values, all right? And we also need to create entrepreneurial mindset that is impact driven. And it's also time for research to be performed with impact so that the knowledge generated can be benefiting to the people. After all, when you die, the God will always ask you, what is the knowledge that you have generated that is beneficial, not just what is the knowledge you have generated. So it's therefore time to change the university that does to a university that does public good, a university that produces balanced graduates with entrepreneurial mindset, that is confident, that has jati diri, that means confident and have national identity, which is what I mean by jati diri, and a global player that appreciates unity in diversity. So we need to now be able to generate future smart generation that is also equipped with 21st century competency and skill, which is also a job creator and a change maker with intrinsic values. Wow, a lot to be done, right? A lot to be done, and therefore calls for leadership transformation at every level of university, not just the top management, but at every level of the university, including the academics, including every one of us. So, and therefore there is a need for new paradigm shift, where AKEPT is bringing this concept in terms of leadership, values-based education, and values-based leadership. So to do that, obviously, there's a lot of learning to be done, unlearning, relearning, co-learning, and the crucial word now is also co-creating something together, right? So let me now bring to the topic of leadership, right? So being a leader, as usual, has a gender, see a leader, a gender attached to it. You know, the MC was saying, first woman, vice chancellor, there is a woman. And so that means there is a gender. And a leader can be a male or a female. But we are talking about leadership, and leadership should be gender neutral. That means it's genderless, right? So the topic of leadership, if you type, I typed last night, yeah, leadership, just type Google, you will come up with 2.5 trillion results, yeah, 2.5 trillion results with, and then I asked leadership, definition of leadership, there's 2.2 trillion results, right? What does it mean? Meaning to say all these years, our understanding of leadership still is incomplete because there's so much is written on it, just 2.2 trillion on what leadership definition is all about. So therefore, looks like, you know, there's a lot that needs to be studied. But in previous concepts, right, of leadership, as you go through the evolution, leadership also has gone through a lot of evolution. So if you're reading about leadership, you know, you see changes happening. So previous concept of leadership is you gotta be one in front and many people behind. That means the followers, right? So in Bahasa, it's called ketua. Ketua means one person in front and many followers behind, and don't know, the followers just follow blindly. So therefore, in leadership, it's very important you correct the leader. If the leader is in the right path, then everybody will be there. But the current concepts of leadership is now a leader must nurture more leaders. And by working together as a team, joining hands, moving in unison, that is now the Malay word called pemimpin. Right? So now we are going for pemimpin, because leadership is not just about the leader, right? Leadership is about the growth and positive change that a leader can bring about while working with others, while engaging with others. So the job of a leader now is not to create more followers, but to nurture more leaders. That is now the responsibility of a leader now. So in order to nurture more leaders, we need to engage with people. So if you follow the Islamic concept, what leader is? A leader is a Khalifah. And that means everyone is a leader. So, you know, leadership topics from the West has gone through 2.2 trillion. But at the end of the day, if you read the Quran, it says a leader, everyone is a leader, which is aligned to basically what the current leadership concept from the West is now saying. Everyone is a leader with the responsibility to lead humankind or the organization to the right path. Okay, so when you get all excited, and how do I start to become a leader? And to be a leader, you must have courage and commitment. And this comes, okay, when you say courage and commitment, if you are just brand new to leadership, you're not going to have it, because you're going to be teragak-agak, you know, you're not sure this is the way forward or not, because you don't have experience. So therefore, when you become a leader, you got to have courage and commitment to change yourself to be better, right? So because to be a leader, the change must begin with you. Numero uno, yourself, right? So leadership, therefore, can be learned, and only then can you speak with wisdom and the voice of reason, right? So, so therefore, for the young academics listening, start by working and taking on the worst assignments at work. So the more you take on, the more you learn, right? And basically, you know, in the department or in the university or in the faculty, find a big problem and volunteer to solve it. So people say you're crazy, but no, when you try to solve a big problem, you will go through the stages, you will get to know people, you will create networking, and you will find out who are the people who are positive influences, who are the people who's negative all the time, who are the people who got criticisms all the time but no solution, and who are the people you want to talk to that actually can be giving you solutions and practical solutions, not just simply solutions. So it's okay to make mistakes, but you need to learn from these mistakes. So of course, you can also learn from observation, from reading, from listening to lectures like this, and seminars, and listening to me, whatever. It can give you good information, but end game, ladies and gentlemen, you still need to practice, you need to develop that leadership skill. So leaders learn by doing, through experience, and not through mere words, right? So you can now need to reflect on your experiences, and the mistakes made will make you now adapt accordingly and make you a better person in the long run. So basically, leadership needs to undergo experiential learning, and that's a very important one. So as I said, we are currently being challenged with many unknowns due to Industry 4.0, due to COVID-19, but more pandemics will be coming in. And it's therefore critical to provide values-based leadership to the organization and communities. So the West is also saying that as we now face a lot more unknowns, values-based leadership and values-based organization and communities now become the in thing. So values-based leadership is basically built upon the foundation of moral principles and values like integrity, empowerment, social responsibility, and all that, right? So it's a leadership style that builds itself on shared values of both the leader and the team. It's not about the leader punya values and then the rest of us don't know what the leader is talking about, but this is about shared values. If you have shared value between the values of the leader and the values of the organization, the values of the people, then that organization will fly. So to be a values-based leader, you got to lead by example. And a values-based leader will demonstrate ethical behavior in leadership, while striving for a balance between doing what is right and what is fair. Okay, so it's important that the leader understand the agreed values. So, you know, if you are in IIUM and if you now become the number one, you got to understand the values and the core values and the shared values of IIUM. If you are in USM, you have to understand what is the core values and the shared values of USM. So not every university is the same, all right? But you have to understand that and agree, understand the agreed values, and you have to understand it well, because as a leader of that particular institution, you have to live with it and you are accountable to it. So, and values-based leadership, they believe in empowerment and therefore empowers decision-making throughout the organization. It's not about dictatorial, it's not about you saying this is the way to go, it's about talking together with a consensus decision to now and with empowered decision throughout the organization. And this is in contrast, yeah, to what we call transactional leadership that practices where power is often concentrated only at the top of the organization and only a few individuals know about it and the rest is just cascaded down. That's it, no discussion, this is the way forward, take it or leave it, right? If you don't like it, you leave. So there are some arrogant leaders that speak like that as well. So it's important, ladies and gentlemen, in a values-based organization, I think it's very important that we differentiate between management and leadership, right? Management usually wants to get the job done, and to get the job done, just do this, okay? So, and management manage things, all right, to make sure you get the job done, right? And however, values-based will now focus on making ethical decision. They will maintain a moral compass and personal responsibility, being honest and fair, and meeting the obligation to both internal and external, all right? And with values, this will guide them to do what is right when faced with any situation, including unknown challenges, because you have the compass of true north that will now make a decision how to go forward. And this is different, ladies and gentlemen, when you make decision based on beliefs, all right? Because I believe that this is the way forward. Belief means this is accumulated based on experiences, all right? That means something from the past you have gone through, and based on the way the past was providing the solution, you believe that this is the way forward. Hello, think again, because when you are now faced with unknown, that like COVID-19, that has never been known about how to challenge COVID-19 before, total unknown, right? So all these beliefs cannot work now because beliefs are based on something from the past. So if there's nothing from the past before, how are you going to guide you to make the decision today, facing with the unknown? So you cannot have beliefs. Values, however, will always guide you to what is the right way to go forward, right? So the philosophy of values-based leadership is that people are mostly motivated by values and they will live according to the accepted core values. So therefore, trust, that's what I said just now. Trust is very important. So trust is the critical element in values-based organization to maintain team commitment to both the leader and the organization values. So once this trust is lost by the team, because the leader did not display the trust, right? The leader's stated values will lose their authenticity, and subsequently the organization's stated values will also lose the legitimacy. So trust is a very important intangible trait that cannot be counted, but means a hell of a lot to a lot of people, and it can make or break an organization. So trust needs to be there, and therefore the leader cannot have separate values for himself or herself and then the people separate values. Like for example, you come down with the need, oh, we are now lacking of money and therefore everybody need to travel economy, and then the leader is traveling in business class. So you basically cannot live with what you say. So you live on two different rules. So if you now say that we are all lack money and therefore everybody needs to travel economy, so the best decision is not to go by mask. The best decision probably is to go by Firefly, where there is classless. So senang, everybody now is classless. Everybody travels the most cheapest way. You go to AirAsia, whatever. So this is the concept that a leader now needs to uphold if this is the change that the leader wants for the organization. And as I said many times, the values-based leader must lead the values. The leader must internalize the shared core values and implement it by relating effectively with all the members of the organization to establish the values-based example through words, through action, and to achieve success in building meaningful relationship within the organization. Therefore, people must trust you to lead and the shared values and be part of your vision. And when you are doing that, the leader, all right, in this kind of values-based organization, people are constantly watching you and will believe what you do rather than what you say. So kalentongology is not going to help. So you cannot kalentong chong people many times because basically you cannot lead with integrity if you yourself is not having that kind of values. That's why I said change must begin with you. Therefore, there is a need for you in a values-based organization. Doesn't matter if you are the leader, you will have to have the trust, you have to show by example, and therefore you need to be in an organization as a leader to earn your credibility, all right? And you have to lead by example and be the role model. So I take an example now, when I went to the Islamic University of Gontor in Indonesia, and their core values is very simple. Hidup itu hanya sekali, biarlah ia bererti. This is so profound to me. In English, it means you only live once, let it be a meaningful one. So, and how they want to make sure that this happen in the Gontor, they wakafkan masa and wakafkan ilmu. So that means they wakaf, they give free their time to teach people, and also they provide knowledge free. So meaning to say, when they have these shared values, everybody in Gontor actually, but the lecturers don't get a salary, they live, Gontor takes care of all their expenses. But bottom line is that the students, the seniors will always teach the juniors, and then they go down level that way. Because they say that whatever we do, mewakafkan masa, mewakafkan ilmu. All right. Of course, I asked this question when I was in Gontor. It's like, I couldn't believe this. Can we do this in Malaysia, right? Because, you know, like not everybody is willing to mewakafkan masa, mewakafkan ilmu. Even graduate students, for God's sake, nowadays, when they want to go into your lab, what would they say? How much are you going to pay me? All right, this is the question a graduate student is now asking. It's not about, please teach me, all right, about X, Y, Z discipline, or how to do research in A, B, or C. No more. It's how much are you going to pay me? Because the next lecturer who has grant is able to pay me more. So bottom line, that is with the students. But about the lecturers also the same. You want me to do ISO? You want me to do sustainability? You want me to do SDG? I mean, what's in it for me? Does it give me papers? Does it give me Q1, Q2 journals? Because if it doesn't, I'm not interested. Because you know why? Because I want to move to get promoted to a professor, to associate professor fast enough. So if it doesn't involve publication, then I'm not interested. So you see, at the end of the day, this is no longer the kind of shared values that will move an organization, because there's no responsibility to the organization. You just want to move yourself. So change, therefore, is inevitable when faced with unknown. But to be this agent of change, we need effective values-based leaders who are ready to make meaningful changes. So these are the traits of the values-based leader. You know, at the end of the day, there must be self-reflection. In fact, every day, there must be self-reflection. Self-reflection can happen only for a short time, early morning, you know, get up from bed and then you sit down already at the table before you start your work every day. Self-reflection. That means they take time each day to reflect on their recent decisions or motivations, to discover what really matter to them as leaders. Which one do they have to move? Hello, there are so many things on the table, all right? And you are listening to so many inputs from people. Oh, we got to do this, we have to move this, we have to do this. So you're listening to all that. But as a leader, pick your battles. Pick your battles, because if you go into the wrong battleground, you will tire yourself and the whole organization, because it's not creating impact within a short time. It's not creating impact at all. So you need to now, as a leader, figure it all out. Which one is the best battle to now go in, because it will give benefit, a lot more benefit for everybody. So if you cannot do that alone, that is why you have a team. That's why you have top management to work together. That's why you have the people, the deans, the ketua, pengarah, whatever. This is the one, the directors, all right? So now come together. This is what we call consensus decision to have empowerment done. So strong leaders have the willingness to assess themselves in these areas and honors himself to diagnose the truth. I'm weak in this, I got to improve, etc., etc. Then also you have to have self-confidence. All leaders tend to have a degree of self-confidence, but values-based leaders understand that some leaders are better than them. Hello, this is a fact of life, okay? That there are among us professors, there are professors of the professors. Among the leaders, there are leader of the leaders. We all understand that. So what's your problem? If you are now threatened all the time, that means you don't have the self-confidence. It's okay to not be okay, all right? So basically, it's also okay to surround yourself with very okay people and actually get very good advice. So don't see these people as a threat. See them as part and parcel of a team. So they also understand that as leaders, they are continuously learning and evolving, right? Because that's what it's all about. And values-based leaders understand both their strengths and their weaknesses, and they surround themselves with those who can now complement their strength, complement their weakness, etc. So that means self-confidence needs to be there. Then, of course, there's humility. Good leaders understand who they are, where they come from, and humility for leaders is the belief that they are no different from the people who work for them. So there's no room for arrogance, and therefore be approachable. That's what I'm trying to say all the time. You know, there's nothing like there is a distance, you know, between the number one and even with the number two. And then, of course, with the number two learning from number one to be distant, the number two also distance himself or herself from the rest of the community. So this is also not good. So these leaders believe that every employee holds just as much value to the organization as they do, from the PA, from the students, all the way to the top. So humble leaders nurture their teams and ensure that they are well taken care of for their work. And they always give positive influence, right? By exemplifying the organization core values. Values-based leaders always support their teams by serving them, ensuring they receive the best benefit. They also become excellent role models. When presented leadership tasks, other employees feel encouraged to emulate their value-based leader because their personal values and organizational values, I said, are in sync. And this will improve the quality of work in the organization. Okay. Now we talk about self-leadership. You can't be a leader unless you lead yourself. They are all connected, okay, in order to become a leader. So basically, Lao Tse had mentioned, mastering others is strength, but mastering yourself is the true power. So in self-leadership, it's important for you to take responsibility and ownership of your own life, or if you are a leader, to take responsibility to create an empowered team or organization, all right? You can't go in and say, I'm the VC, I want a JUSA A, or I want a Turus, but at the end of the day, you don't want to take huge responsibility. You pass the responsibility now to your TNCs or to your deans so this is not the way it is. So practicing self-leadership and encouraging others to live and work with self-leadership is the game changer, because self-leadership is the solution for developing leaders and leadership teams that is now able to communicate, be able to be creative. You know why they're creative? Because they're given empowerment. That's how you get creativity out of people, right? And then to have critical thinking, because you can do kritik membina. You're allowed to do this critical thinking. You're allowed to do criticism, but criticism with solution and with the mindset of collaboration. The leadership when we talk about leadership, Leadership is not about you. It's not about you being a great leader and therefore about you having more and more followers because you believe that when you now become a great leader, that you must have a lot of followers. No, it's about you developing more leaders, not developing more followers, but developing more leaders. This is an altruistic thingy that you got to learn, unlearn, relearn. Yeah, and you can do this by teaching, by motivating, by supporting, by inspiring people as a role model to produce results. And if you are going to do that, number one, the ability to articulate clearly is indeed very important when you want to become leader. There's nothing worse than you are a leader, but you cannot speak, you cannot express yourself, you cannot. Now, if you can't do that, how are you going to inspire people? People still are wondering, what the hell is that fella trying to say? So you can't do that, right? You got to be able to articulate clearly, because it's very important that people understand. If you want to move forward the organization, you need to be clear. Where is the organization going from A to B? Clear. Has to be known to people, right? So, and being charismatic does help, and it's important for people to understand where you want to lead them and to also share your vision. So even though all of us are individual leaders or Khalifah in our own micro environment, but among us, there are leader of leaders. As I said, there are professor among the professors. So these are individuals basically that need to be nurtured, that need to become a team leader and eventually an organization or a university leader. So please remember that for those who are in leadership or those who aspire to be in the leadership role, do not use words like, I want to train people to be a leader, or I want to manage people. Hello, people are not animals. You train dogs, you train cats, right? But you develop and you nurture people. So I hope that sometimes when you do all these training modules, you tend to forget and you just say, I want to train you to be good in skill A, so we are not dogs, okay? We are not cats, we are not animals. We want to develop, we want to nurture you to be leaders. So please use the right words. And for that matter also, it's very important that you don't call people human capital. I think this is a very administrators, when they write speeches for the leaders, they use human capital development. Sometimes you don't even notice that. You think that this is the in-word buzzword to say human capital. We are not humans, we are not commodities that has a price. We need to say talent that needs to be nurtured. So if you don't believe me, you go into, if you ever get a chance and go to the higher education blueprint, you will find that not one word human capital is in there. We have removed everything that is called human capital because we believe at that time that for Malaysia's future generation is not to train human capital, but to actually nurture and develop future leaders, or what we call talent. Yeah. So everyone, now how self-leadership create more leaders? How do we do that? Everyone basically needs a positive influence in their lives. Okay, it doesn't matter, even if you're number one, you still need a positive influence in your life. You still need to have a pat on the back. Somebody is always your boss somewhere, right? So if you think about all the various types of leaders you have encountered, the professors, the supervisors, parents, the teachers, the coaches, your bosses, your siblings, your friends, your spouses, even your partners, ask the question, who is the best leader that you have ever had? Think for a while, who is the best leader that you have ever had? And when you start thinking about a name, or maybe two names, or maybe three names, all right, you're going to ask the question, why do you consider that individual to be your best leader? Why is that person your best leader? So if you can now point that, ask that question, because, and usually the best leaders, you will say that I will always remember XXYY because I'm so thankful and I will never forget him or her, because it's without him or her, I will not be where I am today. These are usually the sentences that will come up because you have had the help of someone who nurture you to be where you are today. Because when you start thinking about that person, usually the answers will be, this is why do you consider the individual to be your best leader? Because the individual is very supportive of you. The individual believes in you. Keyword, the individual believes in you, right? Because it's someone who can see your potential that you yourself cannot see. You yourself don't even know that you're good at doing X, Y, or Z. And this is the someone who sees through you and say, you have this potential, you will be someone someday, somebody someday, and actually now move you in that direction. Now, it's not just about giving you the skill to be good in the new direction, but also to open up opportunities, to give you opportunities, not just to teach the skill, but someone who now motivates you and opens the door. This is very important, opens the door for you and allow you the opportunity to be great. So this is usually what how self-leadership create more leaders of the future. So what we say is that don't let anyone, usually when we talk about positive, there are of course positive and negative influence leaders in this world, but let's talk about positive leadership, positive influence leaders first. Usually positive influence leaders will say to you, don't let anyone stop you from doing something even when you have no idea how to do it, all right? And why? Because the positive influence leader believes in you, all right? And he or she believe in you so much that they can influence the change in your behavior by instituting trust. Again, that word trust is there. And sometimes the leader may have to tell the person the truth because, you know, sometimes you are faced with a situation where you say, I'm sorry, you just is not able to articulate, right? So, you know, you got to learn. If you're really interested to become a ketua jabatan, please learn to be able to speak clearly, be able to have the charisma. So you know, sometimes the leader may have to tell the person the truth. And you're going to hurt that person, but because the person trusts you, it may change their life because that trust is there. And if you now believe that that change needs to happen, this is where you train the person to undergo, or you teach the person to now undergo the ability to have speeches. You know, you give speech training classes. You allow the person to go in, you register the person and, you know, put them into master class or something such that they are now learning to be better. Usually in a positive influence leader, there are probably more, but there are at least 4 types, right? One that is always supportive, right? They will always be there for you when you are thick or thin, when you are sad, when you are happy. The person is always there for you, and you always be saying, don't worry, I got your back, you know. Whatever it is, I am always there with you. All right. So this is the supportive leader that you need to have. Then you have a teacher leader, the one that sit down with you and teach you the things you need to learn, and can even create the desire to learn. So even if you have no desire, like for me, let's say you want to learn to be a barista. Once I'm a professor, I don't know why, but I feel like I want to learn to be a barista, you know, to make coffee, good coffee, and actually sip some real good coffee. So you want to learn, so you don't know how to begin. So at least there's someone who now teach you to learn, and not only that, brings out the desire in you to learn. So you may start not knowing anything, but the leader will teach you things so that you now fit the job, right? And set you up for success of the future. So the energy and the enthusiasm shown actually motivate you to learn, and it will doesn't matter anymore. It's okay to make mistakes because you now know that you will learn and become better. But you need to by learning from the mistakes. So this is the advice, right? Do not spend too much time agonizing over the mistake. You know, forgive yourself and move forward, right? So that's how you learn. This is the same for entrepreneurs, right? Because there's always, you know, at the time when you start a new business, you may go bankrupt. And of course, the stigma for bankrupt is very high here in Malaysia, but that's not the way an innovation ecosystem is all about. You got to pick yourself up and then try again. So this is what innovation ecosystem is all about. So basically, don't agonize over it. Get on with life. Yeah. So the other one is motivating leader to find something about you with potential that you don't even realize. The leader believe in you and created the situation to provide you with an opportunity to be successful. So this is very important. The leader now says, you know, you are now, I want you now to become ketua jabatan, all right? And the person say, oh, no, please, I don't think I'm ready. I'm sure there are more senior people to be ketua jabatan. So he said, I believe that you are the best person for the job. When you are given that opportunity, take it, because somebody out there who is a leader already believe in your ability to lead, right? So this is not the time for you to now say and be modest and say, oh, I'm not leader. Hello, modesty does not work here. You have to also believe in yourself. If somebody out there who is already a leader believe in your capability, why are you selling yourself short? So basically, take it up, because that person believe that you're able to deliver. And therefore, sekarang ni, this is the time for you now to be able to learn about leadership and sink or swim and actually now be able to move. For the person to select you, that means you say you already have what it takes, whatever I'm talking about, to have the qualities of leadership. Otherwise, that person punya recommendation is also on the line here, because, you know, once you make a wrong recommendation to top management, people will never listen to you again. Your credibility is at stake. And here you are motivating this guy to come forward, and this guy is saying no. So please have the confidence to now be able to say, okay, if given opportunity, once the door open, take it. Take it, because if you say no, you will never get the opportunity again, because people who wanted to now give you that opportunity know that you have no self-confidence. All right, so you got to change that. So the next one is to be a role model leader. Now, a lot of people will say, oh, you know, you are my idol, you are my role model. OMG, if people start saying that to you, you know that you are a powerful example, and therefore you have to live with these good standards. All right, so and sometimes you say, oh, you are my role model, you admire the person so much that you want to be just like you are. You says, you know, professor this and that, you know, as soon as I want to be just like you in the future, can I be just like you? And so once you start saying that, the role model leader is aware that people are watching, and therefore it's very important that you maintain the dignity and whatnot. But if this is yourself, then that's okay. But if you are pretending to be a role model, that is going to get very, very difficult once you start to falter. So if you now have these 4 types of positive influence leaders, right, to more supportive, to be teaching the person, to be motivating the person, to be a role model, as a transformational leader, which is what we want, right? As a transformational leader, is all situational, is fluid. Basically, you can be supportive, teacher, motivating, role model, all in one. You can move that all in one, or you can be just supportive, you can be just teaching, you can be just motivating, or can you just be a role model. So it is important for a transformational leader to now put the masala together, either together or 2 together or 3 together, whatever, to move the team to deliver. What does the organization need? Maybe the organization needs supportive, motivating role model and motivating and all that. So teacher, so maybe the organization needs that, maybe the department needs that, and therefore you become all 4, or you become all 3, or become all 2. So it's very fluid. So do as the situation requires. That's what leaders aspire to do in when they want to create an empowered team or organization. So you can be fluid in putting all these positive influences together. Of course, this world is not perfect. There dalam positivity, there will always be some negative person that were, that you have the fortune or not so fortunate to be able to meet, right? But this is part and parcel of the world, right? Negative influence leader. Negative influence leader basically they have nothing good to say, but you may tell it to your face that you are worthless, that to them you are nobody. As far as they are concerned, you're not going to move anywhere. And this person has the heart to say this, right? But sometimes you now, what do, right? If you have self-confidence, if you now say you believe that you can do it, right? You and turn it around, turn around and create that as a challenge to say, you say I'm no good, right? You say I'm not capable, right? Okay, I'll show you. I'll show you that I can deliver, that I can do better, and I can do this. So you are now a leader of your own career. All right. And the journey will make you a tougher person because you go through the long and bumpy ride, all right? And you go through the hard way because no one is facilitating you, but it will eventually make you a tougher person, maybe longer to reach your destination, but you will get there, inshallah. All right. So in the journey towards organizational leadership, many of you will have the aspiration to become a dean, a director, or TNC, or even numero uno, the vice chancellor. So becoming a VC or top management of the university is not quite the same as becoming a CEO of a company, because for a company, the bottom line is profits. But being a leader in a public university is also about being entrepreneurial. But in the university, you have to deal with the iconic professors and the brightest academics in the country. So to be a leader among leaders in the university, you have to gain their RESPCT. You have to gain their respect, right? So if you don't get the respect from the people, the professors, it's not easy also for you to move in that organization. So the VC or top management is a leader that will bring purpose with meaning. This is what I'm saying about values. Purpose with meaning. Hidup itu hanya sekali, biarlah ia bererti. Purpose with meaning. That uses the vast knowledge and wisdom to ensure that the university does good for humanity and help in nation building. And I don't know why people want to be VC, because the VC is always loaded with responsibility, loaded the need for courage, responsibility, accountability, must be a positive influence leader, etc. So to be top management of the university, you need to ask if you have what it takes to be one. All right. And if you cannot lead by example, then don't lead at all. So to have what it takes, you have to go through the step-by-step leadership. As I said to you, training and competency, there are no shortcuts, and you have to climb the ladder step by step. All right. So, but some people cannot wait to be the number one. Some people cannot wait. So they have the political influence, etc., to get them there. But once you are there, you will falter if you do not display wisdom and competency. All right. And remember, when you are a leader, if you are not the kind that is a positive influence leader, you are more in the dictatorial type, follow what I said, you are the kind of leader that wants to generate followers and not interested in nurturing more leaders. You please understand, when you are in that position, people may obey you, but they have no respect for you. So this is something that you also need to remember. So therefore, when you operationalize leadership in a values-based organization, you got to lead with courage in times of change, in times of crisis, in which a lot of controversy now arises. And you can expand this opportunity by encouraging collaboration, innovation through shared values within its community. For example, if you are in a university that has no money, not enough to buy equipment to make your lab better, your researchers are not able to work because they don't have the facilities. You have some bright people that came back from Oxford or Cambridge or Stanford and in a lab with nothing. All right. So basically, this is the time for you to now say, okay, I don't have what it takes, but I can collaborate. If you can collaborate with the next university, this is something that you need to do, and not just sit there and say and lament and say, oh, I don't know what else to do, I don't know how to lead the people better because we just don't have what it takes. You cannot do this. When you are in a leadership position, you got to deliver. That means you say, if you cannot work on yourself, then maybe this is where I say this today is about sharing, today is about collaboration. So this is the time for you to now work on that. So create proactive cultures, be proactive and increase the overall value seen by the stakeholders. And of course, lead with meaning, purpose with meaning. So set the direction clearly, and this will allow members to reflect on the shared values of the university in every decision they make in order to carry out the task given. So, and this is the other thing that I want to say, place personal priority under others. When you become a leader, do not be hungry. All right. And what do I mean by that? You are a leader, you are an associate professor, and the opportunity comes, the VC sends information there on the table and say this is scholarship now, or fellowship, or Fulbright fellowship, to now be able to go to X, Y, and Z and actually be able to learn something new on a sabbatical, something like that. And you are now in the position to even put your name, because when you read everything, you say, I also can go here. I think I satisfy this. I think this is Fulbright, man. This is something that I need to now be able to go. So you put your name down. But as in someone in the organization that you are leading, like say in your faculty, there is somebody else who probably would be better choices to be able to go. So this is where you got to put that someone first. When you become a leader for at least 3 years or 2 years of holding your term, don't show this hungry concept, right? You are hungry to help, yes. You are hungry to move more leaders, yes. But this hunger of wanting things for yourself, this is something that you need to now put this on the back burner while you are a leader. So improve individuals by investing in education and development of the stakeholders. And leadership is about teamwork. So to be a great leader, you need the cooperation and buy-in of everyone in order to move the university forward. So therefore, you need to build the relationship. That is why you need to go down, you need to engage, you need to turun padang, otherwise you tak kenal orang. So this is where now it's not about you sitting in your room, in your desk, at your desk and actually not knowing people. So studies have shown that leadership via consultative discussions with the stakeholders, which is the academia, etc., is the best. And people, look, man, we are now in the era of digital era where, you don't have to worry. News come faster than lightning via WhatsApp, right? We already know what is happening via your Facebook, via Instagram, via Twitter. So things are moving very, very fast. So even when you say, I don't want to tell my academic about this, people already know. Okay. So bottom line is that, please remember, in an informed era, you now know that everybody actually wants to be given a chance to help and improve the organization. That's how you get buy-in. And that's how you have people loving the organization. All right. They must feel that they are part and as part of the future plan of the university. So if you have just a leader, only a transactional leader, where only a few top management really know what's going on, the rest of us still are in the dark. So this is not helping the situation. So you need to unite people around with the shared vision that you have, right? So this is known as participatory leadership that has been correlated with better organizational performance, better job satisfaction, because everybody is working for the organization. So therefore, change is inevitable. So you got to listen to people before making decisions for change and stand by the shared values. This is where a lot of the leaders don't have the patience. They don't have the patience. They will see this, too late, that's it. This is the way it's going to go. Take it or leave it. If you don't like it, leave the organization. This is the kind that probably we don't want to have now. In a values-based organization, it's taking longer because first you have to have some meeting, you have to have some idea about strategic plan, etc., where you're leading the organization. And before you put that carved in stone, you have to go down, engage the people, get the buy-in, make it even better. This is what I call stakeholders engagement, right? Get the buy-in, and then come up with a better plan that is now shared by all. Then when you do that, stand and you say, okay, we all agree to agree, this is the way forward for organization X or university X, then everybody now knows this is the way forward. So now you can empower, because the dean already know what needs to be done, the TNCs know what needs to be done. And when you empower, you get more ideas, you get more creativity coming out from the leaders, and you say, okay, this is the way we want to go. We want to be able to be in Kuala Lumpur. How you get there, I leave to your creativity. Okay. So therefore, when you have creativity, this allows now people to now say that, no worries, I can give my ideas and it will be okay for the university as long as I deliver what the university want at the end of the day. So this is where you get the buy-in or consensus by engaging, by discussing, and create the framework around the shared vision to allow for creativity and implementation of the framework. And empowerment on a shared vision is very important. You know why? Because people will feel the sense of belonging, because I am part, I contributed to the idea of moving this organization forward. And they have this sense of belonging and that they are capable of making the university great. So this is why at USM, I use the word hashtag USM style. Actually, it's just a thing, but hashtag USM style means it empowers and allows USM to be what USM can deliver as a team. So, and that makes the pride of USM comes out. It's a very intangible thing, you know. Sometimes, you know, hashtag USM style, it's very intangible, but it does drive the university forward. So this is where when you give empowerment, you find potential leaders, support and motivate them, and then place round pegs in round holes. This is very, very important, right? When you pilih the leadership, the worst thing that can happen is that you don't know who to pick to put in the right hole, because then the person cannot deliver. So this is where engaging the people is very important. If you don't know your people, you don't know your team, how are you going to put round pegs in round hole? So these are the kind of things that probably you need to know. And empowerment is about influencing people by providing purpose, direction, motivation, while operating to accomplish the mission and improve. So empowerment basically builds confidence in people to innovate and create and deliver the decisions or action plan. And that also create trust in the organization and create the new layers of future leaders, right? And very important when you are at the top, all right, not for people to just listen to you gapping. It's also very important you stop and listen to what people are saying. So you also need to be a good listener, right? Not just you gapping and everybody is now just listening to you. So you agree to agree on making decision. I like this word, agree to agree, agree to disagree. So these are things that we need to come in consensus. Yeah. So ensure that university policies address the mandate or whatever that has been agreed upon, and be open and caring. This what I always say, you know, administer with heart. When you administer with heart, you know, people know that you care. But when you administer, period, no heart, people also know you're not approachable, you're not someone who cares, all right? So, and when you administer an organization with heart, you be there with your team. I mean, turun padang lah. And when if you cannot turun padang all the time, remember this, you know, when somebody delivers something for the organization, issue letters of appreciation. Tak susah pun, have your PRO, whatever, stand by. Anybody who gets some hadiah or something, anugerah or award, or get some prestigious acknowledgement from the national government or whatever, you just prepare the WhatsApp, flash it through all the university, all right, so that everybody knows and appreciate that you are there. Because every person deserves a pat on the back. So recognition will go a long way with an individual. Sometimes it's not about money, it's about recognition. And of course, before my last few slides, I have to ask the question, does leadership of the university matter? Of course it matters. All right, people, you know, you can't say, I don't care, whoever's the number one, I don't care, as long as my micro environment, I get my salary every month, I'm okay. Because the number one is always the influencer that can make a difference to the rise or fall of the university. But he or she, even if you don't care about the organization, he or she can also determine whether you get job satisfaction or not in the organization. That is very important, right? So an influencer is the voice of reason that people will turn to. So the VC must be a transformational leader that is able to articulate, that is also charismatic, and probably even better to bring happiness index to the organization. And I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more regarding happiness index after this. But one thing for sure, VCs, presidents, rectors, they come and go, right? So it's those who stay, right, in the organization that will determine the destiny of the university. And this is why shared values are so very important to maintain the sustainability or the DNA of the university. So it's important that when given a chance to be the leader, ask the question, what can I do to make this place a meaningful one? All right, and do not simply go into the organization and change for the sake of change because you want to leave a legacy. All right, you want to now ride on the positive accomplishments of the university and make it better. So as a leader, you must be trustworthy, you must have integrity and take responsibility and accountability till the very last minute. And to do that, you got to make informed decisions, and you need data. You need segmented data. You need people in your pendaftar. You need people in the organization that can provide them with data. And this is why it's not about data, show bar charts, bar graph. This is where now you need an efficient team who understand data and analytical and data analysts need to be there as well. So they need to show the skills and competency to be part of the leadership team. So show values and wisdom to lead, but with understanding of that rapid change in the world, and wisdom actually comes from experiential learning. And so the last part of my slide is that at the end of the day, after you learn about leadership, where is it heading to? So this is the leadership journey. As an academic, not many of us can have the opportunity to become top leaders, because after all, to be a VC is only one post, right? So, and there are many of you in the university, so not everybody can arrive at top management upon retirement. But upon retirement, many of us academic can become iconic domain expert in our field. Especially I say with the RUs, there are many that can do that. But if you do not hold, okay, this is the other point in Malaysia, right? If you do not hold a position in the university, would you be lost in transit? Big possibility, you will be lost in transit, because when you no longer is number one or holding a post somewhere, sometimes you do not already get invited to give talks or share your experience. But Alhamdulillah, at least AKEPT remembered me, and I'm now able to share some of the experiences despite the fact that I'm no longer holding any post. So, but the system in Malaysia is that as soon as you're no longer holding any post, you are out of the system, right? And in Malaysia, you need to hold a position to be recognized. You have to hold a position to make a change, because we are not empowering. If we are empowering, you don't have to hold a position to be a TNC RNI or TNC academic, because everybody can make that change in university, but we don't allow that. So that's why I say, in a values-based education, if we now nurture more leaders, we now provide empowerment, we now do participatory leadership, inshallah things can change, right? So in an admin system, when you hold a top management position before, and then when you finish, being called back into the system may now be seen as a threat to top management, all right? Because I don't know what it's all about, but usually that is the case. Sometimes even the top management has no feeling about that. But the system, the pendaftar, the admin, they are the one who say, oh tak payahlah, tak payah bawa masuk dia balik lah, nanti kan jadi threat pula. Itu pula. You know, so the thing is, in values-based, what did I say? In values-based leadership, self-confidence is very important. If you are now the number one, okay, no problem to surround yourself with clever people. No problem about that. But to surround yourself with people lesser than you, then that is to make sure that you are always in control, right? So basically, you want to move the organization. As I said, leadership is no longer about you. All right. So therefore, it's high time that we recognize that leadership is a journey, and the end game is to be a public intellectual, so that you can now be able to discuss this matter. Now with webinar, being a public intellectual is now possible, right? So we can now have democratization of knowledge. Many more people can be listening to me now via YouTube, by Facebook, rather than just people in UIA, for example. So as we achieve self-actualization, we need to find ways to contribute back to society and try, therefore, to champion a cause. All right. So this is what I think every one of us is doing to champion the cause. And time, payback time. Okay, this is the time you give back to society. You donate your time, mewakafkan masa, you donate your knowledge, your expertise, and your learning experience, mewakafkan ilmu. So you start from individual leadership to now go to team leadership, and then to organizational leadership. Eventually, the leadership journey is to become a public intellectual. So as I said, you only live once, make it a meaningful one. So I end by saying that success is not counted by how high you have climbed, but by how many people you brought with you. So an exemplary leader will now nurture more leaders and not nurture more followers. So with that, I thank you very much for your time, and open now to any questions or suggestions from you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Masya Allah. Masya Allah, Datuk. Well, we have done with another great sharing from Professor Datuk Asma. And Prof, do you know what? 20 minutes, 30 minutes before you end your session, the Secretariat are busy writing the questions. There are a lot here. But at the same time, the Secretariat who are from the Management Services Division of IUM whisper to me, we have only 10 minutes before the next session. By the way, so now that it is my duty to, I would say that I will have to pick the questions or select the questions, yeah? I mean, the rest of the questions, we don't have enough time to share with you here. We will, as usual, email it to you and let the Secretariat, I mean the Secretariat will email it to you and let you to answer them. They hunger for your answers and response. Okay. But by the way, just a quick highlight or a quick note from myself. Just my own note from what I gained from you just now, Datuk. I just like the phrase "pick your battle." And so, mashallah, talking about battle, it means a squadron, because I'm also the honorary officer of Air Force. Yeah? So it's suddenly, you know, came across my mind. It's all about teamwork. It's about squadron. So to win in a battle, we have to go to the battle to the battlefield in a group and with certain strategy, and that is actually about teamwork. Yeah. And I also like it very much, and it's so close to us all when you mentioned about no room for arrogance being a leader. Yeah, no distance in context of communication and influences. Yeah, even though now that we should have we should get ourselves physically, but in the era, but when talking about being a leader, the distance is not an issue at all. Yeah, with the technology, and whatnot, what we have down here. And another one is, don't lead people to obey you without respecting you. So you mentioned about, yes, people obey you, but do they respect you? Yeah. So please, I mean, what you have shared with us just now is just an eye opener to everyone. Yeah. So hungry to help, always have, always do have this hunger to help, assist and facilitate, but do not be greedy. Engage with the stakeholders. That if you have no money, find a collaborator. If you cannot work on yourself, work alone, find a partner. So that's how I conclude, and this is not the time for me, so we have like 10 minutes tadi yang saya cakap tu tolak.
I see the rector Tan Sri Zul sendiri asking the question.
Ada ni nak baca lah ni. Sekejap lagi kan dia alam. Alright, so the first question of course comes from none other but our Tan Sri rector himself. So the question, boleh ya? Will we hit the question now ya, Datuk? So the question is, COVID-19 demonstrates the female national leadership is more successful than the conventional male. Thank you, Tan Sri.
Yeah. Comment. what can I say? The papers and all that. Hello, Tan Sri, Assalamualaikum. Long time no see. Basically, it's true. From the statistics, because I was not asked to talk about women leadership. Because if I was asked, I will show the statistics. From the statistics, it definitely shows that women now, when faced with crisis, all right, when faced with crisis, women leadership fare better than male leadership. Why? Because of the participatory concept, because of this concept of working together. Because when you face with a crisis, it's no longer about silo, it's about collaboration, it's about teamwork, it's about empowerment. So and females tend to do that, this motherly concept.
Good in that.
And it's for, I guess, for most females, it's not a threat. It's not a threat. It's okay. Divide and rule doesn't probably play a big deal. So yes, Tan Sri, statistics have shown that when faced with crisis, women leadership is better. And also now organizations, companies, by having women in the board of directors, the company also does better. And that's why you're seeing now Intel, all these big companies, they're also shifting for women leadership to lead. All right. So in the universities, we don't have enough. Gender.
Can I just add? Can I just add one statement? I think therefore gender balance is important. In all organizations, gender balance is important. I think it's something that we need to be serious about. Because you see the female attributes are equally important as the male attributes. So this balance, I think, needs to be consistently practiced. Thank you, Asma.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You too, Tan Sri. All right. Okay. Next one, Prof. This is from Prof. Eri Yulian Desta from the Kuliah of Engineering IIUM. Okay, Prof. Eri is asking, what should be the first step taken by the university leaders after this event? I think the event of after getting all this information and knowledge on VBL and VBP, Prof, please.
What should be? You have the number one listening. And what can I comment? The number one is listening. So that shows that the commitment. Okay, first of all, it's not easy to get number one to be listening to webinars like this. So if you have the commitment of the rector of IIUM is already listening, I think the next steps will always be there already, what needs to be done, because I think I've shown the steps that need to be there. But like I said, now it needs the whole team to come in and be able now to plan for that particular university, what needs to go on. And to do that, you need to, of course, get engagement from the stakeholders to know what is the problem, what are the issues. I mean, the university have gone to this level. In order to fly to the next level, how do we get there? And what kind of issues are blocking? So maybe this is the unlocking time that needs to be done. But like I said, it's not easy to get commitment from number one to be listening to me talking today. So you have that commitment. I think IIUM will fly after this.
Inshallah. Thank you, Tan Sri. Thank you, Datuk. There's another one. This is from USM. We have several actually from USM. Okay. This is from Prof. Datuk Farhan, USM.
Hello, Farhan.
So, I think he's online now. Okay. What are your thoughts? Values-based leadership tends to take time, but many stakeholders are not passionate enough for the result.
That is why you have a dream about moving this organization. Dream is about putting things in place. It requires time, it requires money to put this thing in place to make the dream realized. So every strategic plan is a dream, and a dream works to make it towards reality. So therefore, their dream always have timeline. So if you now want to go from A to B with that dream and to make it reality, now you work on the timeline. So that's how now when people start to see that things are done, things are happening, there are a lot of engagement within this timeline, you got to come up with how to go forward. Then at least now, not being I don't think you can avoid people being very impatient, but at least people can see things are happening, and don't allow the timeline to be too long to move that dream to become reality.
Yeah. Okay, next one, Datuk. This is also from USM. This is from Prof. Hamid Jan.
Ah,
Okay, so his question is, what is your view on prophetic leadership? And this one, apa? Kepimpinan Rasul, kepimpinan prophetic leadership.
Yeah, kepimpinan. He is the best leader, right? So kalau kita nak tanya what is the best leadership, I mean Nabi daripada awal lagi dah kata we are all khalifah on earth and we all of us are leaders, and therefore we need to bring everybody to the right path. That concept daripada awal lagi, I would not have 2.2 trillion results for what is the definition of leadership. So that's why when I saw 2.2 trillion results on or definition of leadership, I said, apa tak pergi kat Quran ni, at least it's already there that everyone is a leader. So, and the best example of leadership as a role model is Nabi Muhammad sendiri. So and if you now, Hamid, or Professor Hamid, if you now read about Nabi and you read about the current ways of leadership, you will see persamaan. The West is now, taking its turn, but it's coming now full circle to what the Quran is now saying. Yeah.
They just don't mention it clearly there.
Yeah.
Betul.
Okay.
Alright. Ini ada satu soalan yang saya rasa I think this is quite interesting lah. This is from Maya UM, Encik Ruslan Zainul. It's actually very simple, but afterwards he somehow type more. Tapi actually it's very simple. The gist is only one: forgive yourself and move on. Okay. Can you please share the tips? Because then he type it on, mentioning seldom I encounter staff if thing is not going their way, they start blaming the university and the leader as their obstacles. How to manage arrogant staff? So this is like another question. Tapi the first one is like forgive yourself and move on. So what's the tip, Datuk?
Yeah, because kadang-kadang when you make a mistake, you in decision making, I'm sure many of us we probably make some mistakes in our life that probably be the wrong decision, because I said sometimes mistakes need to be made. So if you continue to dwell on that, then it's not going to move on. So if I learn from mistake, I will not commit that same mistake again. And therefore I need to forgive myself in order to move on. Otherwise, I am stuck. I am stuck at that place, and this is simply not on. For a leader who has 8 meetings a day, decisions are being made. Your brain, when I was at USM, your brain is shifting each time. Ni jawatan kuasa apa pula? That's it. Ni jawatan kuasa apa pula? And you're making all these decisions. And throughout the day, you can be tired. And when you're tired, you can be making the wrong decision. So that's why I say, if there is a wrong decision, then you can also change that decision later. And tak salah ibu mengandung to say I'm sorry. Bagi I lah, kalau I made the wrong decision, tak salah to say I'm sorry. So saying I'm sorry is not a problem to me. So tak payah arrogant lah. So we need to move on and work together on this.
Okay, Datuk, actually kan the time is very limited. Sikit sangat dah, limited, bukan limited dah. We are actually in the injury time now. Tapi ada one last thing, and I give you only 1 minute for this one, just to conclude. This is from Tuan Kamal Talib from UMT. Okay, he mentioned here, there is a phrase that once said that women cannot be good leaders because they are influenced by emotions. Because why? Because I just wanted to what we call it relate to Tan Sri Zo question just now, statement. Okay, lepas tu dia kata There are leaders who only listen to views of one side, no empathy, communicate with small community, then make decision only based on two things, right or wrong. Is this a good leader? And then the last one, how is a leader who does not want to listen to the views and has no trust, only trust one party? What is the method to change one? What is Datuk's views on the matter? And I think this is the conclusion of everything, Datuk.
Bottom line, change the leader. Because you know, I mean, that's what AKEPT is supposed to do. AKEPT is supposed to find the best leaders for the university, right? So when you profile what is the best leader, this is the kind of leadership traits that you're looking for, and from that will be the suggestion that goes to now the ministry to now make the decision and as to who should be a leader of the organization, because the number one matters. If the number one is perangai macam ni, it goes down the line, because dia akan juga melantik dekan-dekan dengan director-director yang sama minda dengan dia, and therefore at the end of the day the university may go to pause. So bottom line is that I think the choosing of the right leader is very important. Who is the number one? Because that number one will dictate. That's why I say, does leadership of the university matter? Yes, it matters a lot, because that one will dictate how the whole university will be done, the kind of things that needs to be in place. So to me, selecting of the best leader, the best person for the job is very important to move that university. So as I said, trust. I have said to Tuan Kama all the things that need to be there of the leader. It is unfortunate that you don't have one that is a values-based leader. So either you suffer it through until the person finish, or something can be done by the university itself to bring it up to Kementerian. So
all right, so I think well, we have many more actually, kan Datuk, many more. The secretariat is you know, copying the questions, putting it in your email, I think. Yeah, betul. Okay, and just waiting for you to answer them. And for those who have participated in posting your question, thank you very much. I just go through the names. Yeah, we have with us Dr. Sylvia from UMS. Thank you, Doctor. I'm sorry we got not enough time to proceed with your name. And then Encik Shamsul Amri from Sabah Training, also our active participant. And then also what we have here, Puan Sharifah Darwina from USM, Encik Murshid Mat Hussein from IIUM, from our CFS IIUM, Encik Zarani Azmi, Encik Puan Anis Tasnim, or maybe Dr. Anis Tasnim, Ezma Rozaini, the list goes on, Puan Hasina Arsad from IIUM, and many more. So thank you very much for your participation, and once again, thank you very much, Dato', for the very lively and inspiring session this morning. I would love to have you back again, or I would love to participate in your session in the future, inshallah. Yeah, so thank you very much once again. Thank you. And we shall now move on to our next session. Thank you, Tasri. Thank you, Dato'. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah. Is he ready on her? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, standing by on the screen with us now is His Excellency Prof. Thakur S. Podel, former Minister of Education, Royal Government of Bhutan. We are so grateful to have the presence of Your Excellency with us today. How are you, Your Excellency?
Thank you so much indeed.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. All right, okay. So what is the time over there in Bhutan? Here is almost 11, 5 to 11.
Yeah, this is 10 minutes to 9.
All right. Okay, so it's quite early over there in Bhutan, yeah? So, Your Excellency, okay, allow me to share a little bit about Bhutan before we share your biodata with the rest of our participants, yeah? So, just a refresh, yeah? The country is known as land of the Thunder Dragon, yeah? It is located in South Asia and is landlocked between India, Tibet and China and also Nepal, yeah? Bhutanese people are amongst some of the happiest on the planet and which they clearly understand that being richer does not mean being happier. Okay, that is very interesting. So they have a happiness index, in fact. Yeah, many countries in the world measures wealth and output of their people based on GDP, gross domestic product, but not Bhutan. This is the special about Bhutan. They measure gross national happiness, GNH. It has 4 pillars: sustainable and equitable, socio-economic development, environmental conservation, preservation and promotion of culture, and also good governance. Yeah, so this is we would say something interesting about Bhutan, and we hope to hear more from you, Your Excellency. Yeah, so, and ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Prof. Tako is here to elaborate more about Bhutan and share with us a topic entitled Value-Based Leadership, the ROI of Happiness. But before that, let me read through or introduce you more to our His Excellency Professor Thakur S. Podel. Okay, Professor Thakur is a former Minister of Education, Royal Government of Bhutan, and he is actually an educator by choice, conviction and passion. As the country's first democratically elected Minister of Education, he moved Bhutan towards fulfilling the country's constitutional mandate for education. His Excellency is a recipient of the Gusi Peace Prize International International Global Education Award and Distinguished Service Award for his outstanding work in education. It is no wonder His Excellency is also on the advisory boards of several organizations, including the Sejahtera Leadership Initiative of Malaysia. And the fun fact, there's a fun fact about His Excellency. Yeah? The fun fact is His Excellency has often been described as the most widely food travel education minister in the world. Wow, that is really a fact. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, I now pass the platform to His Excellency Prof. Thakur to elaborate more about the topic entitled Values-Based Leadership, the ROI or Return of Investment of Happiness. Over to you, Prof.
Salam sejahtera and Tashidiri, Kuzizangpola. First of all, I would like to thank the Honorable Moderator, ma'am, for this very generous introduction. I would also like to thank all the members of the university community, Ministry of Education, AKEPT, and participants from around the world, wherever you are on the face of this earth. What joy it is for me to be able to participate in this very interesting conversation. I sneaked in a little before my time and had the joy of listening to our esteemed speaker before me, Ma'am Datuk. What I perhaps might have wanted to say has already been so beautifully, in fact, expressed in many ways by the honorable speaker before me. I had some challenge to get my visa into the Zoom empire, but finally it had to be Sejahtera again that led me into this, and I'd like to thank the office of the honorable rector and Dr. Baharom, who actually facilitated this entry, including officials in the office of the honorable rector. As I was reflecting on the theme of the conference, this webinar, one word stood out in particular, and I think it is this word that informs the theme of the two-day webinar. It also informs the challenge of our time. And that word is values. Let me try and share my screen. Am I making some mistake again?
You able to do that, Prof?
Yeah, I thought I could.
Okay.
Okay.
We have the copy of your slides, I think. So let the secretariat to help you.
Let
Okay.
me try and see.
Okay.
So, as I was saying earlier on, what struck me was this one word, values, as it defines and informs the theme of this webinar, as also perhaps the challenge of our time. For me, of course, the world has come a very, very long way thanks to human progress, development over the last many centuries. We have become very smart in terms of mobilizing technology, smart machines, and indeed master the universe in a way that has been totally unprecedented. But in the course of our journey down history, somewhere along the line, the rains started beating us. And I think one of those very important milestones in the evolution of the human race could have been the survival of the fittest as propagated by the great scientist Einstein. But when we focus on the survival of the fittest, we have to also look at what kind of survival is it? Is it physical survival? Is it economic survival? Or is it also ethical, moral survival? So basically, values come into play as they define human action, human thought. And for me, values are an essentially human phenomenon. Other species may not observe or practice values in the same way as humans do, because humans are perhaps the only species that can make a distinction between truth and untruth, between right and wrong, and between good and evil or good and bad. So this ability to distinguish between these categories of values essentially belongs to the human of the species. Values for me are a moral compass to guide human behavior. These are a point of reference or a frame of reference for human action. They work as a kind of a conscience keeper. They provide an inner court, an invisible court, to direct us along the right path. Uncodified, unlegislated, but this inner court that all of us have, that guides and informs our inner voice, that is the function of values. Just as in the planetary system, there are orbits and boundaries along which the different planets revolve, so also for human behavior, we need an orbit. Otherwise, human beings could be quite similar to an unguided missile. They could hit anywhere. As it is, with all the restraints of our culture and with all the restraints of our religion and our norms, there are still a lot of bizarre human actions. That is why we need values to guide us along the right path. There are very big implications, especially when it comes to leadership. Implications at the level of individual, at the level of the institution, society, the nation, and the global. Because as the honorable earlier speaker was mentioning, leaders have a very big, extensive reach. And to the extent that the reach is broad and extensive, the implications, the consequences of the kind of leadership on the personal, professional, academic, business, industry, environmental, governance levels are huge and significant. That is why we need leaders, not only one leader on top or at the top, but everybody a leader. As the Honorable early speaker was mentioning, everybody a leader. We need a leader in the political sphere, in the economic sphere, in the social sphere, in the environmental sphere, in all spheres of human life. Everybody ought to be leader in their own respective way, because at the end of the day, our society or our nation will be exactly the way we are, either as a leader or as a public servant. So as I am, so is my nation. As I am, so is my institution. As I am, so is my organization. As I am, so is my club or my society, my nation, my world. That is why the implications of leadership on all these different points are huge. And of course, when people talk about values, especially for the moderns, it becomes a bit of an irritant. That's why it is important to demystify values. What do we actually mean by values? Are they just an abstraction? How do we see values at work? And I think if we are clear about how values work, I think a lot of the problem about values, a negotiation will be so much clearer. And I'd like to share with my distinguished audience this little story. It is the story of a visitor who went to and visited a school, and he asked the principal, where in your schedule do you teach values? And the answer was very interesting. The principal says, we teach it all day long. We teach it in arithmetic by accuracy. We teach it in language by learning to say what we mean. We teach it in history by humanity. We teach it in geography by breadth of mind. We teach it in handicraft by thoroughness. We teach it in astronomy by reverence. We teach it in the playground by fair play. We teach it by kindness to animals, by courtesy to servants, by good manners to one another, and by helpfulness in all things. We teach it by showing the young that we, the elders, are their friends. I think this particular explanation by the principal of the school actually sums up values and the need for values in the real sense of the term, in all spheres of human life. I cannot resist my temptation to repeat this. We teach it all day long. We teach it in arithmetic by accuracy. Accuracy is an important value. We teach it in language by learning to say what we mean. What we mean and what we say could be different. So meaning what we say, having the same standard in public as well as in private, is an extremely important value. And if our children learn, if young men and women learn how to be accurate, how to mean what we say, how to learn humanity, how to learn, how to acquire, cultivate the breadth of mind, thoroughness, reverence, not arrogance. Fair play is an extremely important value. Today, all around the world, there's so much going on. Perhaps it is because the play is not fair. It is not just a game. It is an unfair game. The rich and the poor, the haves and the have-nots, the powerful and the powerless, there's no fair play. See? That is why fair play in business, fair play in administration, fair play in communication, fair play at all levels is an extremely, extremely important values in. Does fair play operate? How does it work in our organizations? How does it work in our institutions, in governance, in the society, in our nations, in diplomacy? Are we kind to animals? Kindness, courtesy to each other, including to servants, courtesy. Courtesy is an extremely important value. Kindness is an important value. Good manners to one another, helpfulness, teaching the young that we are friends. I think this is an extremely important testament of values that we all can practice in our own small little ways. This is so simple as values are. So we do not need to be mystified by the abstractions that people often attribute to values. There's in fact a common sense rule about values, isn't there? So it is as simple as this. As you sow, so do you reap. As you sow, so do you reap. Do unto others as you would wish to be done by. And the great enlightened Buddha taught the eightfold paths, beginning with the right thought. Right thought. If we have the right thought, everything else follows. And in Bhutan, we have this very important value called Lejumde Thadamchi. It is the same thing as you sow, so do you reap. As the actions are, so is the result. And the Japanese have a very beautiful concept called Nimu Agiri, the same thing as loyalty or doing unto others as we would wish to be done by. And there is the value of Sejatra and the old idea of Platonic justice. When Plato was conceiving of the idea of the ideal state, at the very basic foundation of the ideal state was justice. And do good to others and good will come back. Goodwill begets goodwill. So does trust. So does love. So does respect. So does peace. So does harmony. So do unto others what we would wish to be done by. As simple as this common sense rule of values. And when I looked at the theme ROI on happiness, I was a bit mystified initially. ROI, I had to figure out what it stood for. And finally, the office of the Honorable Rector was very helpful, explaining to me what ROI actually meant. I was confused, especially because it related to happiness. And I never put ROI in the same breath as happiness. However, I figured out later through some reflection that it makes absolutely great sense. And of course, there are also universal instruments framed or designed by the UN system. And it is not just a talk in abstraction, but there are real instruments, tools to look at return on investment. And there is what is called the UN Compact Assessment and Principles for Responsible Investment. Social return on investment, social return. It is not just return on investment, but social return on investment. Product social impact assessment, the impact of a product, environmental performance reporting system. So the impact of our investment on the environment. And in Bhutan, we have what is called the GNH framework, the Gross National Happiness Framework, the 4 pillars, the 9 domains that the Honorable Moderator already mentioned. When I talk about values or investment, I think there are tangible investments. There are also intangible investments. In the same way, there are tangible returns as well as intangible returns. So it will be wrong to measure returns only in terms of quantifiables or tangibles or objective measures. There are also non-objective, quality-based intangible returns which very often may have much more importance and significance than the tangibles. In the same way, in the gross national happiness scheme of things, we believe that at the end of the day, the most basic longing of all human beings across time and space is for happiness. And happiness does not necessarily come through possession of a lot of property or riches. Sometimes the intangibles are more productive of happiness than the tangibles. So when you talk about organizations and what kind of environment do organizations create for people to be happy, the honorable earlier speaker mentioned about so many important things about organizational culture. This is what is called the physical space. When we work together, we want to have at least the basic comfort term. The physical space. Is the space worker friendly? Is the space people friendly? Or are people going to have to work in an extremely challenging physical space? Because if the physical space itself, the layout of the space, the design of the space, and the whole arrangement is people friendly, we are going to be that much more comfortable to be able to work. Just as physical space is important, psychological, emotional space is that much more important. What is the level of job satisfaction of the people? Is there trust amongst the people that make the organization, that make the institution, that make the constitution, that make the company? Or is there an environment of distrust, suspicion, everybody trying to have to play a very safe game? What is the work environment like? Is there a sense of belonging? As the honorable earlier speaker mentioned, sense of belonging. Do the people feel that they're a part of the organization? As long as the people feel that they're a part of the organization, they know that they have a stake in it. So they will do well. They will not simply be associated with the organization. They will truly be involved in the destiny of the organization. Does the organization provide space for flourishing? Flourishing of the individual as a person. Does the worker, does the staff, do the people who work in the organization feel that they're flourishing, they're growing, they're developing, they're finding fulfillment? So today becomes different from yesterday. Tomorrow becomes yet a different day. Next month, next year, next decade, if people stay that long. So do I feel that I'm growing? Do I feel that my talents, my gifts, my special interests are flourishing in the organization? Or is it an organization that snuffs out my creativity, my sense of worth, my ability to imagine, my ability to create, my ability to dream and to grow and to flourish and to bloom and to blossom? What kind of an organization is it? Is it an organization in which there's a lot of opportunity for growth? Is it a safe, secure organization? Do I feel looked after well? Do I feel comfortable? Do I feel secure? Or do I have to worry all the time about so many different things that minimize me? Do I feel diminished? Do I feel diminished? Or do I feel energized and empowered? What kind of compensation do I have? There are, of course, monetary compensations, but there are also other non-monetary compensation that we already heard about earlier on. Is it a fair organization? Is there transparency? Are there post-service benefits in the organization? Am I involved in the decision-making that involves the organization, that has an implication on the organization? What is the kind of communication like? How do we communicate? Do we talk to each other, or do we only write notes to each other? Or do we write memos to communicate with each other? Is it a verbal communication? Are there non-verbal ways of communicating to each other? How do we relate to each other? How do we make sense of our living together? When we live together, are we growing together? Do we communicate together? Do we support each other? Do we celebrate each other? is the organization able to make that kind of and that create the kind of an environment. So this is what is important for happiness of the employees. So do we take the employees as only workers? Do we play? So when we develop an organization, when we build an institution, in fact, the impulse would be, the immediate response would be, the impulse would be to take people as factors of production, people as workers, factors of production, but people are human beings. And we have to begin with the workers as human beings. And as long as we take people as human beings with their own sense of worth, human beings with that gift of humanity, that precious human being, with the sanctity of a human being, with the integrity of a human being, as long as people know that they are taken as human beings and not merely as employees or workers, they feel that they belong here. So there has got to be integrity at all levels, from end to end, to create happiness in an organization. So what kind of investment are we looking at? Is investment a means to an end, or is it an end in itself? Of course, when we make investment, normally the done thing is this, there is that. We think of material investment, factors of production, capital investment. But when somebody is making an investment, either in the building of an institution, in the building of an organization, in the building of a society, in the building of a nation, it is more than material capital investment. We invest our dreams there. As the earlier speaker was saying, we begin with a dream. We have a dream first. We have a hope. We have goodwill. We invest in our dream. We invest our hope. We invest our goodwill, our love, our capacity for compassion, capacity for care. What difference am I going to make with this investment? Is the community going to be better? Is the environment going to be healthier? Is the society going to be more peaceful? What is going to be the circle of my influence? What is going to be the consequence of my investment? What kind of return am I expecting? Here I would like to share a little story of two friends. They graduated together from the university. One became a pharmacist and the other became an engineer. And they parted their ways. They met after a long, long time. And they're very happy, wanted to sit down together, have a cup of tea and touch base. So they got talking, and the engineer friend asks the pharmacist, "What are you doing now?" The pharmacist asked the engineer what are you doing as well. And they get talking, and after a long time of conversation, the engineer friend notices that the pharmacist friend is not involved in the conversation. He was lost in a kind of a dream. And the engineer friend asks, "I know, my friend pharmacist, you are not in my conversation. You're lost. What happened?" And the engineer friend asks the pharmacist, "Why did you start a pharmacy? Why did you start a pharmacy?" The immediate response was to make monies. But after this long, long reflection of why he started the pharmacy, the pharmacist says, "I'm sorry, I forgot my dream. I forgot the context. It was not to make money, but it was to help humanity, for which I started the pharmacy." So that's what happens. We begin with a certain dream. We begin with a certain hope. When we envision an institution or an organization, but over time, that original dream, that original goodwill and hope, that vision dissipates. It disappears into thin air, and something else becomes more important. And the contrast between dream and reality, between that original vision and what happens later, is a tale of disillusionment, of frustration, of despair. In the same way, that can happen with organizations, with institutions, with societies. The big dream with which we start, and what happens to the dream? Where do the rains start beating us? So when we start an organization or an institution, we have to think of those dreams. And whose claims are we celebrating? My claim as a builder, my claim as an investor. I have to make as much money as possible on my investment. My return on investment has got to be manifold. So whose claim? Is it my claim? Or is it the claim of the people that surround my institution or organization? What is the claim of the society in my investment? What is the claim of the environment? The claim of peace. Am I building peace? Am I helping build peace when I set up an organization? Am I contributing to the making of a better world? These are important issues that are important, are significant in terms of building that environment, that ethos of the organization. And to the extent that we're able to keep close to, or keep ourselves faithful to the original dream or vision, we're going to be on the right path. So in terms of values, these are extremely important. As a matter of fact, values are not so much to be talked about. Sometimes we talk too much about values, but values are not so much to be talked about, but they are to be lived out. How do we live out values? Values only come alive, they become meaningful, they acquire worth and dignity and integrity when we live those values out, practice those values. And in order to do this, we have to begin with people as human beings, as I mentioned earlier on, because human beings animate and breathe life into organizations and institutions. We may have the finest architecture, the finest design, the best and state-of-the-art equipment that make our institution. We may have a fabulous institution, but on their own, they have no life. These institutions and organizations come alive when people come and animate them, breathe life into them. And people come not with their tools to work, but they come in totality. They come there physically, and now, of course, virtually also, but they come there with their dreams. They come with their hopes. They come with their sense of right and wrong. They come with their sense of faith. They come with their strength. They come with their fear. They come with their anxiety. They come in totality, see. So human beings actually breathe life to our institutions. On their own, institutions they have no lives. That is why it is important to take care of the people, and people will take care of the organizations. After all, what are happy organizations? Happy organizations are happy people whose performance exceeds expectations. And how do we expand that circle of goodwill? Starting from me, the leader, then coming down to, coming across to others who make the organization. So from me to my family, to my society, to my club, to my institution, my organization, my society, my nation, the world. See. So how do we do that? So these are such self-evident truths. Do unto others as they would wish to be done by. So look after the people that make your organization. That is what will make them happy, and they will go out of their way to take care of your organization, to look after your organization. The institution, the organization will flourish. It will succeed. It will grow year by year, every single month, every single year. In fact, every moment by moment, people breathe new life to the organization. So we're talking about values-based or values-led leaders. I cannot but quote this very powerful coronation address, part of the coronation address of His Majesty the King of Bhutan, Dugyalpa Jimgyesa Namgyal Wangchuck, that is delivered as part of the royal address to the nation on 6th October 2008. And His Majesty, our fifth king, was coronated as the King of Bhutan. And during the coronation address, His Majesty said, "Throughout my reign, I will never rule you as a king. I'll protect you as a parent, care for you as a brother, serve you as a son. I shall give you everything and keep nothing. I shall live such a life as a good human being that you may find it worthy to serve as an example for your children. I have no personal goals other than to fulfill your hopes and aspirations. I shall always serve you day and night in the spirit of kindness, justice, and equality." There are some 12 years ago. Today, we see a king who walks the talk. And many of you would have heard about Bhutan's story as we responded to the onslaught of COVID-19. It is thanks to His Majesty's extraordinary personal leadership that Bhutan has been able to handle the scourge of COVID-19 in an exceptionally successful way. His Majesty, right from day one, has been leading from the front and traveling the country times without number. I do not know you, some of you may have seen this picture. Here is the King of Bhutan, somewhere in the southern border, under a frontier outpost, taking time to have a quick lunch. His Majesty has traveled across all the risk-prone areas, leaving behind his family with a young baby, the comfort of the palace. And His Majesty has continued to travel across the country to look after the well-being of the people, to support and provide guidance to our frontline warriors, the frontline workers, our health people, our security personnel, our guardians of peace, DISUPs we call, and providing extraordinary confidence and support as we fight the threat of COVID-19. So I'm not so sure as to how we can even explain the extent to which His Majesty has been going around, walking the talk, and making sure that Bhutan and the Bhutanese people remain safe and secure. And of course, the COVID-19 has shown that there are also people who have actually shown themselves as a new generation of leaders, ethical leaders. All around the world, we've seen that the challenge of COVID-19 has been difficult for governments to address. So the people have come forward, and all around the world, and I'm sure in Malaysia, there are individuals, people in their own personal capacity, coming forward, mobilizing resources, giving out the best that they have, and helping to relieve the pain, to lessen the suffering. A name comes to my mind, Ratan Tata. He has in fact offered to take care of all his staff who have succumbed to COVID-19, and the next of kin of the staff or the employee who died due to COVID-19 will be looked after by the company till the retirement age of the employee who would have served if he or she were to be alive. And this is something that you would have seen all across. This great community of the Sikhs has been providing an amazing kind of seva service to people in need. They call it Dil Se Seva, service from the heart, providing food to millions of people, not only here, but all around the world. In Jaipur, Rajasthan, there's a Barefoot College. They're doing their best to help the community. And there are volunteers, people in all walks of life, dignitaries, social workers, and people in all areas of social life coming forward and providing leadership in their own little ways. That's why we need leaders in all spheres. We need social workers, community leaders. There have been donors. There have been young people. Just the other day, I was looking at a story in Mumbai. People, in fact, on their own, they've been suffering. But somebody sells a car. Somebody sells jewelry, of the family jewelry, to raise money, to buy oxygen cylinders, to buy face masks, to buy other safety equipment to help others. So this has been a time at which COVID times, this has also been a time, this moment of adversity, the moment of suffering and agony, has also been a moment when the best of humanity has come to the fore. It is not the conventional leaders in the political field or in the business field or in companies and corporations, but real leaders, genuine, authentic leaders, leaders from the heart, leaders with compassion, leaders with love, leaders with ethics, without advertising what they're doing, without taking a selfies, come forward and help. I think this is what is making the difference. This is what is making the pain a little more bearable. This is what is making the agony a little more bearable. See, leaders in all walks of life, across countries and continents, they are making a difference. This is the kind of ethical leadership. This is the kind of moral leadership that will resuscitate, that will bring back that old vitality, that old integrity, that old strength in humanity. And this world will be that much better, that much more peaceful, that much fairer. That is why the theme that you have chosen for this webinar, values-based leadership and values-based performance, is so very important. It is not just leadership for the sake of leadership, but leadership not as an end in itself, but leadership as a means to an end. And the end is greater hope. The end is greater confidence. The end is greater reassurance. The end is revival of life. The end is a revival of hope for the future. That is what leaders do. That is values-led, values-influenced leadership. And I've been deeply touched and moved and inspired by this spontaneous manifestation of basic human goodness in the course of this COVID-19 pandemic all around the world. This has been such a beautiful blossoming of, regermination of that old basic humanity that has come to the fore and made a difference. And my hope is that before the GDP based, at the moment, thanks to COVID-19, in fact, that GDP impulse has been kept to some extent under control. And the GNH impulse, the GNH spirit is coming to the fore. See. And my hope, I call it Revolution 5.0. See. Revolution 5.0 is, in other words, a metaphor for the return of humanity, the return of the human. The basic humanity of the humans. Human beings have become humans again. See. Not simply workers, not simply producers and consumers, not simply individuals, but human beings with that sense of value, sense of ethics, sense of morality, sense of service, to give back, to support, to make a difference. So it is a return of that impulse, return to ourselves. People are traveling inward and they're valuing their native resources. And these native resources will not be depleted like the material resources, like the economic resources, like mines and minerals. No, our inner resources will not be depleted. They're infinite. They'll grow the bigger. The return on investment in human terms is that much bigger, that much greater. So that is why I feel that it is my wish, in fact, it is my wish and my prayer that before the GDP immobilized, the GDP guided model returns to nullify all these beautiful gains, we have to empower ethical leadership. We have to develop ethical leadership. We have to do our part in all situations, stations all over the world to empower and to advance this ethical leadership. In other words, the return of the humans. Ultimately, to end, I would like to quote this old Bhutanese proverb. I find it a universal, in fact, a message. In our national language, Zanka, we have this beautiful, values-laden proverb. It goes something like this. Mi chi gawe senam, ta ke ngayang bamiti. Me is people, chi is one. Michi Gawisinam. In other words, the worth or the weight of happiness experienced by one person is so much that even 5 score horses cannot carry it. Michi is one person, Gawisinam, that happiness, Ta is a horse, K is 20, and Nga is 5, 25 is 100. Bamitim is cannot carry. So in other words, the happiness or the joy, the worth or the weight of that happiness, the joy experienced by one person is so much that even 5 score horses, there is 100 horses, cannot carry it. This is the return on investment. Perhaps the ultimate return on investment. How much more can we expect? Just as we invest in a capital in terms of material resources, so also if we invest in goodwill, invest in service, invest in love, the return is going to be so much more. Imagine all the big, the rich people of the world investing in goodwill and expecting return in terms of a better world, in terms of a more harmonious society, in terms of a greener Mother Earth, a healthier environment, cleaner air, cleaner water, cleaner vegetation, greener world. Imagine what a great return on investment it would be. It will be that much more, it will be a that much more happy world, that much more happy society, that much more happy lives. So for me, this is how we can all make a difference. I'm very grateful to His Majesty the Fourth King of Bhutan, who gave to Bhutan and the Bhutanese, and indeed to the world, this all-embracing global vision of gross national happiness, the ultimate desire of all human beings across time and space. And today, I'm so grateful to all of you, my honored hosts, for giving me this opportunity to share what little I know about this big theme. So values, they are critical. They are absolutely vital. If we have to reaffirm the integrity of life, reaffirm and reinstate the worth of our progress. So values are our ultimate guide to right action, right thought, correct behaviors. They are our moral compass. At the individual level, at the institutional level, organizational, societal, national, and global level. So to all of you, once again, I would like to say what a great joy it's been for me to spend this hour with you. Thank you very much indeed.
All right, okay.
Oh.
So we have done now, Prof?
Yes, I'm done. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, Alhamdulillah. All right, thank you, Your Excellency. Just to share with you, I was just checking on the viewers just now, actually. So for your information, we have now more than 400 viewers online. Yeah, in both, on both platforms, Zoom and YouTube. And for the participants, thank you for staying tuned. Yeah.
600. Dekat 600.
Oh, okay. It's increasing to 600 actually. Viewing and listening to you just now, Your Excellency. All right. Okay. Now, to me, personally, your talk just now is really an eye opener to me personally, and maybe some of us, and in fact all of us, on what it takes to enter the gateway of happiness. Yeah. And I just would like to share with everyone through my homework on Bhutan, which I think fascinating and worth for us to ponder. Okay, there are about 7-8 facts about Bhutan that I think we can maybe we can learn through. Yeah. Number one is how I can see it is happiness is tangible in Bhutan. As I mentioned, that Bhutan is the country that practices the GNH, yeah, Gross National Happiness Index. Yeah, so it is happiness is tangible in Bhutan, and Bhutan is a carbon negative country. So there's not many cars over there. I mean, not many transport over there. That's why the fun facts, if you can just recall about His Excellency, that he is, often described as the most widely food traveled education minister in the world. So it shows that Bhutan is a country with less carbon ataupun with carbon negative. Yeah. And then the tourism policy is also quite interesting. Or it practices high value and low impact policy in tourism. Yeah. And then Bhutan is the youngest democracy country in the world. They commence the first parliament commenced in 2008, if I'm mistaken, through my readings. Yeah. And then on top of things, Bhutan has very less or very minimum Western influence in its government policy, and in fact in the lifestyle. Then another one, which to me show the level of discipline, depicts the level of discipline of the people of Bhutan. And I should add also that this one thing that I share with you is something depicts the level of passion of the people of Bhutan, that in Bhutan there is no traffic signal. There you go. So meaning that they share, they manage to, they have somehow common, they think alike, no traffic, they can manage the traffic flow, and that is the level, that shows the level of passion of and discipline of the people of Bhutan. And then the people of Bhutan preserve their culture. Yeah, they wear traditional costume even during office hours. Yeah, so and based on my homework, they have a very lovely traditional costume. The type of material, it's very colorful, and it's so nice and beautiful. And in Bhutan as well, yeah, I think they should take this as an advantage, that they always see things, they always view things from the peak. When there is mountains, yeah, in Bhutan, they have more hilly area, mountains in Bhutan, which make it special. They don't have oceans, so they will have to climb up and see things, yeah, on top of the peak. So that is another special things about Bhutan. They look at things in the aerial view, yeah. And in Bhutan as well, they have very low crime rates, and that shows the high happiness index. They are so happy, they don't have time to in fact think of negative things to do. They don't have time to think of doing criminal. Yeah. So Your Excellency, seems that I think we now can hit the questions. Yeah. We have several questions with me here, and we have 5 minutes. If based on the schedule, we have 5 minutes before we end. But the Secretariat whispered to me, giving signal to me to give another extra 15 minutes for you to entertain the questions. Yeah. Okay. Now let me read one. Okay, read the question one by one. We even have the question from our Tan Sri, but this time I think I would give the privilege to the question posted by our former Deputy Rector of Internationalization. Yeah, so we have Prof. Aziz Burgaut with us from IIUM here. Okay, the question to you, Your Excellency, is there any advice on practical ways to transform all these good ideas into an institutional culture locally and globally? So we answer that one first.
Thank you very much again. And I'm also very grateful to the Honorable Moderator for this very extensive research on Bhutan. In fact, amazing. Many things that are also very, very new to me. Yes, so thank you so much indeed. As for this question, how can we translate this into reality? Are we together? Is the system all working? Hello?
Yes.
We're okay, Tun.
Okay, sorry. I can't see my audience.
We can see you.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Certainly this, there was this great poet, Robert Browning, who said that a man's reach must exceed his grasp. A man's reach must exceed his grasp. We have to dream big. We have to imagine big and wonder and hope. For Bhutan, gross national happiness is what I call our country's North Star. We could call it the promised land. We may be able to reach the promised land in 1 generation or in 2 generations, or sometimes it may take a long, long time to get to the promised land, to the North Star. But it is important to have a goal. It's important to have a destination, a sense of where we are going. So we may not be able to achieve our goal to the extent of 100%, but we may be able to achieve it to the extent of 10% or 20% or 50%, or could even be 90%. That is relative. But it is important to have a goal at all. We may not be able to materialize everything that we plan, but it is important to have a plan at all. We may not be able to realize all our dreams, but it's important to have a dream at all. So for institutions, for organizations, for societies, there ought to be a big message. Today, unfortunately, countries around the world don't have a big message. Humanity does not have the benefit of a big enough message today in the world. That is why it is important to envision the future, to dream of the future, and to plan our institutions and organizations accordingly. Otherwise, there'll be no incentive. If our dream is not big enough, there will be no incentive to work hard enough. If our vision is not big enough, there will be no incentive to move in that direction of our goals. That is why it will be difficult to perform to the extent of 100% what we plan, but we have to plan it all. So this is what I feel, as important as it is to realize in actual practice, in actual action, what we envision and plan, but at the same time, what we plan, what we dream ought to be bigger than what we achieve. It ought to be much more expansive. It has to guide the mind. Does our institution, does the organization open our hearts, lift our minds, and make us dream bigger? Or does it constrain us all the time? Oh, there are no enough resources. We don't have enough funds, so we can do only so much. That way, the possibilities of life will be limited. We'll be constrained by challenges and difficulties. We have to think of possibilities. We have to think of opportunities. We have to think of expanding our horizon. So that's why I feel that it's important to plan big, dream big, envision big. We may not get to the port right away, but if we set sail in that direction, a time will come when we will get there. Even if we ourselves don't get there, our succeeding generations will get there. See, generations after them will get there. See, this is what I would like to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. That's when you talk about generation, we have one question related to relates to the issue of future generation. So this is from Madam Haslina Arshad, also from UIAM. So she wrote here, in Malaysian University, now that we have different generations working together, I mean, working in the university, if you observe the boomers and Gen X, if you observe, the boomers and Gen X are working based on first option, which is to earn a living and happiness. The first option is to earn a living, and happiness is the second option. So that is for boomers and Gen X, according to Madam Haslina. And but however, for Gen Y and Z, they are more concerned about happiness, about working environment and job satisfaction. So as a value-based leader, how do you bridge the gap between these two generations in order to move the organization to success and achieve a significant impact? Your Excellency.
Oh, Madam, thank you so much again for this very pertinent question. We have to live together. We have to live together. And I know that there are some societies in which there are as many as 5 generations together. There could be 6 generations. In some society, there could be fewer generations. But when we think of a society, when we think of an institution, when we think of a nation, we have to make room for all generations. The elders, the middling generation, the young generation, and children, babies. So this is what makes the society that much more beautiful. We need the wisdom of the past, but at the same time, we need the energy of the present generation, the tech-savvy people, the people who are more concerned about the immediate present. And there are people who will be more concerned about what the future is going to look like. So what I feel, in fact, is that it is only legitimate and right for different generations to pursue their goal, to pursue their vision. Some people might feel that the immediate thing is to get into a gainful employment, make money. And some other people might feel that as long as we are happy, money is secondary. As long as we are content with what we have, money is secondary. So basically, it's a question of priority. And different generations have their own priority. But somewhere along the line, if there is a common meeting point, if we can follow a golden mean, that for me is the best option. A golden mean. We need a basic minimum economic security, a basic minimum material security to live a fairly comfortable life. But at the same time, economic security, material well-being alone does not make a happy life. So we have to aim more. We have to aim deeper. What is it that ultimately we need in life? After we have been able to achieve a certain level of material comfort, there's what is called the law of diminishing returns coming into place. How much is enough? There's no such thing as money being enough. There's no such thing as materials being enough. At the end of the day, there could be an antithetical relationship between material well-being and contentment or happiness. It doesn't mean that the more we have, the happier we're going to be. In fact, some of the people who are a lot richer than others could be very unhappy people. So what is important is to maintain a balance, achieve a balance. How much is not enough, but how much is sufficient to live a good life? We want to be comfortable, but at the same time, we want to be happy. So the two do not cancel each other out. The two do not and should not cancel each other out, but support each other, reinforce each other. How do we make our life reasonably comfortable, but at the same time, live a good human life, a life of values, a life defined by service, a life defined by contentment. So what I actually would propose or recommend is a golden mean between these two generations, between these two worlds. We have to live together and draw inspiration and strength from each other. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Your Excellency. There's another two, actually we have 1, 2, 3, 6 more questions. We try to, or 7 more questions. We try to, entertain all questions if the time permits. But these 2 questions, I think, is quite related to one another. Yeah, Your Excellency, if I may just read the 2 questions together for you to respond. Okay, the first question is from Encik Shamsul Amri, and and he is from the industry. Yeah, Your Excellency. The question is, it is great to know Bhutan has the GNH, but how does the government maintain and sustain the index level? Okay, that's question number 1, which I think relates to question number 2 from another participant. This is from Encik Muhammad Kamaruzaman. I hope I address you correctly. He is from UPM. So his question is, how to cultivate top-down communication effectively? So these 2 questions, Your Excellency, maybe you can answer it at once. Over to you.
Thank you very much again. I have to confess that Bhutan is a real country. It's a geographical entity, as you mentioned, based up in the Himalayas. So it's not a fairyland. It's a real country with real people, flesh and blood people. So we are born, we grow old, we die, we get sick, but we also have similar human wants and desires. But we have been very fortunate with very enlightened leadership. Our kings have actually designed and envisioned for Bhutan a kind of a development model that addresses the needs of the body, but at the same time, it addresses the need of the spirit, of the soul. So nourishment for the body as well as nourishment for the soul. So when it comes to maintaining the index, we have a very conscious way of planning our development activities. Our annual plans, our 5-year plans are designed in such a way that they have to be compatible with the GNH principles, Gross National Happiness principles. Otherwise, the Planning Commission, the Gross National Happiness Commission, which is our planning commission, will not release funds which for projects, development works which are not GNH compatible. And there is a close monitoring of progress against set targets. And they have to be either based on the 4 principles or the 9 domains of GNH, then only they'll get funds. So there's a very conscious planning of GNH activities against those GNH principles. So succeeding governments, the governments might change, but still the major commitment of the government towards GNH will not change. The emphasis may change, but the major policies will not change. So there's a kind of a sustainability and stability in terms of the vision. And so far as different top-down planning is concerned. As I showed the royal photograph of His Majesty the King, in Bhutan, we call our king the people's king. Our leaders, our kings, have always been with the people. We were talking about leadership, and good leaders are not above people. Good leaders are among people. They are with people. Good leaders lead by being with the people. So it is not a question of one being exclusively in the top position, but one being with the people. So if somebody wants to be a leader and leads people, it is so very important to be with the people and among the people. So, and we draw a lot of inspiration from the examples that our leaders, particularly our kings, have shown to the people. So again, I feel that it is important for leaders to show that they are not onto themselves and compete onto themselves, but they derive the leadership from the people. They derive their leadership from those who are around. Without the people, without the flock, there is no leader. Without the crowd, there is no leader. So the leader assumes prominence simply because there is a following. See? So it is important to be with the people, not above people, especially if somebody wants to be an ethical leader. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Your Excellency. This is another question related to generation as well. I just received it. This is from Professor Technologies Dr. Salmiah Kasolang from UITM Penang. Okay, her question is, Dear Excellency, digital technology is important, but it comes with flaws. Okay, how do we free young generation from being addicted with games, social media, and similar issues? From your point of view.
This is a very difficult question that we are dealing with ourselves. You know, Bhutan is a very deeply inward-looking, reflective, spiritually and culturally oriented country. So for a long, long time, we remain in what is called self-imposed isolation. But somewhere along the middle of the last century, we started opening up. And perhaps sometimes we feel that we're opening up a bit too fast. We are part of the global community. We have benefited from science and technology, from innovation. So we have not been able to keep ourselves isolated from developments all around the world, including developments in technology. So our young people have become very, very tech savvy. So our ultimate goal is to get to a point where we have a monk sitting in his room, reading the holy scriptures, while at the same time, his food is being cooked by laser beams. That is our ultimate vision. In other words, balancing science and spirituality. It is difficult. Young people will not have much patience with this. However, I think for institutions of learning and for the elders of the society, our cultural leaders, our community leaders across the society, we'll have to be able to balance, particularly our institutions. How do we teach our young people digital literacy, computer literacy, so that they are able to sift and sort what is desirable and what is not desirable, what is good and what is not good. Otherwise, the time will come when young people's soul will be sucked out by technology, and that would be dangerous. So as difficult as it is to isolate young people from the negative influences of mass media, the negative influences of technology, all the same, it is important to use technology to do some of the very important things that we do. What is important in our culture? What is important in our value system? And can we use technology can we use the facilities provided by technology to do some of those sustaining very important long-term goals, support those goals? How can we make use of technology to benefit some of those important values that we have inherited over time? How can we use technology to teach values, for example, to teach about relationships, to teach about the environment, to be more caring, to be more concerned, to be more humane? So I think we can humanize technology. We can moderate the negative influences of technology through conscious efforts, while at the same time knowing that it is difficult to keep technology and the negative influences completely out of it. So there was this very well-known African writer, Wole Soyinka, who said that when we bring fodder from the forest for our cattle, we shouldn't mind if some of the insects come along with the fodder. See, so I cannot say that that we can isolate the two, but I think we have to live with what we receive, but make the most of it in as wise a way as possible. Thank you.
Maybe in other words, we need to monitor the usage of technology closely, right?
I think so. Yes, yes. As difficult as it is, as difficult as it is.
Yeah. All right. Okay. There is actually quite a number more of questions, but I will conclude three. I mean, I will compile three other questions before this one together for you to conclude the whole presentation of yours. But this one question is coming from our Tan Sri Zul himself, and I noticed that this question is very interesting, quite interesting, and we need to listen it directly from you. Yeah, why is it? Okay, the question from Tan Sri Zul is, Excellency, when I was in Bhutan, I noticed that archery is national pastime. Please explain why. It is very simple, but we would like to know it. Please, over to you.
Tan Sri Zul has been very kind to me. I thought there would not be any question from him, but anyway, this is I think there are certain questions which have no answer, and perhaps this is one. Archery is a national game. It's the national sport of Bhutan, and it is played at different levels. His Majesty the King plays when there's no COVID-19, yes, and of course people in the government play, people in the villages and in schools. This is a very popular game. Perhaps archery is one of the most perhaps it is one of the age-old games of humanity. Archery would be one of the age-old games of humanity. All down history, human beings have played archery, things that can be done with one's hands and directing at a certain target, whether it is the game of darts or shot put. Archery is for me, of course, a game that has come down through humanity. And today we have a lot of, in fact, sports. Production of sporting equipment has become an industry today. But long ago, there was no such thing as an industry or business for manufacturing sporting equipment, and archery didn't need one. So people in the remote villages could make their own archery equipment. They could make their own arrows. They could make their own bows. They could make their own strings. They did not have to depend upon anybody. So it was a self-contained, it was a self-reliant community, including in sports. So it has come down through history, and today it has become more and more sophisticated. Our archers use foreign imported bows and arrows, and we are also competing in the Olympic Games now. So, but archery remains one of the most, or perhaps the most pervasive game in the country. It began as a very basic, fundamental game that allowed our people to find recreation and entertainment for themselves, try their skills at hitting the target, and it didn't have to depend upon any imported equipment. It was right there in the remotest community, and over time, archery is one of the most, in fact, socially oriented games. Our people come together, the women come together to organize. So archery may be the only game in which people drink. Yes, you can drink and play archery. See. You can have fun. So there are dances. There are people joke, have fun. There's a great sense of humor. I'm not so sure as to whether any other game in the world has this much sense of humor, this much fun, and this much socializing as archery does. So it becomes a truly communal or a community social event. So that is why archery remains a very popular national sport. I'm not so sure. I think next time Tanshri comes, you should play archery in Bhutan. Thank you.
In other words, archery is just not like used as weapon, but it is also useful in getting people together. Yeah, Excellency.
It is a wonderful game.
All right. Okay. Now, I would say that this. I'm going to read a few questions at once. I mean, at once, and hopefully that you can address it as a conclusion to your session. Yeah, Excellency. So the questions are from. There are 3 questions altogether, but there are more. Actually, there are a few more. They will email it to you for your answer later on. So the questions that I'm going to read to you is from Madam Noor from IIUM. She wrote here, in the world of VUCA, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, especially during the pandemic, how to create happiness to people in organization. Okay, which I think relates to the question from Dr. Shardi Abdullah from UMK. He wrote, how do we link happiness with KPI, since KPI, key performance indicator, since it is not tangible, and KPI make us stress. That's what Dr. Shardi Abdullah wrote. And last but not least, the question from Dr. Murshid. From Mr. Murshid Mat Hussein from USM. He writes here, what do you think about national culture of Bhutan? Do it need to be promoted to outside world as it reflects of your nation good leadership and governance? So over to you, Excellency.
Thank you. There are very big 3 questions. So the first one, VUCA world. Yes. How do we create happiness? As I mentioned, the world is going through so much pain. This is a moment in which the whole of humanity is going through this unprecedented pain. But as I submitted earlier, with all the pain and despair that is there in the world, there are also some very beautiful developments taking place. The earth at the moment is a lot greener than it was a year ago. And a lot more human beings are coming forward to help each other. That's why I was inspired to in fact, coin this expression, Revolution 5.0. There's so much good happening around the world. In the face of this scourge of COVID-19. And my hope is that these great gains, these positive gains will be expanded, will grow bigger, and in fact, contain the GDP impulse. So there's a lot happening already. What I feel is that we cannot have a big universal scheme to solve and to bring about happiness during the COVID times. But we need to do small little things wherever we are in the world, wherever we are in the world, whenever we can. Do the little that we can to make a difference. If we're able to help one person, as I was quoting in my last slide, if we're able to make one person happy, the weight or the value of that happiness is such that even 100 horses cannot carry that. It may be a metaphor, but it makes a difference. If one can make one person happy, make one family happy, make one community a little happier, I think we should look for these small little opportunities to make the difference. So big general solution may not be available now. Of course, people who are working hard, vaccines are being produced, are being distributed, however unequitably it may be. But in our own social individual spheres, we should do what we can to make a difference in the way things are. And I can see that a lot of good things are happening, and we should look for those opportunities. What are those points of entry where we can make a difference? A lot of the people are doing that all around the world. And in Bhutan, this is a time when the whole country has come together as a family. So much of caring and sharing, so much of volunteering, so much of giving, and so much of goodwill. So when a country can do this, small little communities can do this, institutions can do this, and as individuals, we can do it in our own way. So we have to look for those points of entry, even if it is difficult, to make a general universal approach and solution. So the other question was, how do we yes, a KPI. As I was saying, in Bhutan, of course, all the planning is done by the Gross National Happiness Commission, and the ministries and the departments have to submit their annual and 5-year plans to the commission, and the commission will vet all these programs against GNH principles. And if the plans are not in keeping with the GNH principles, they will not get state funding. And the Gross National Happiness Commission allocates funds as per the key results areas. They will the interventions will have to support bringing about balanced and equitable socio-economic development. So is it helping there? Is that a key results area? It has to look at whether the conservation of the environment is being taken care of, whether good governance is being promoted. If there's a certain project, is it helping in the conservation, promotion of our culture? Is it helping with keeping the health of the environment? Is it promoting good governance? So key results areas, how are the 9 indicators, the 9 domains? How are they taken into account in the planning? So the key results areas are very clearly indicated by the Gross National Happiness Commission. And so it is not simply very pious ideology or vision, but gross national happiness is a real policy-based, planned approach to development of the country. And as far as the culture of the country is concerned, each country, each society has its own unique culture, and that is precious, that is valuable. So for Bhutan, culture is an extremely important element of happiness. Geographically, it is important for us. Politically, it's very important for us. Nationally, spiritually, emotionally, psychologically, culture is an extremely important element of our well-being. So for us, it is important to honor and to share our cultural values, including our code, our dress code, our language, to our succeeding generations. But it will not be our wish to actually to suggest to any other people in any other country that this is what you should do, because every country has its own unique culture. Every society, every community has its own unique culture. So Malaysian culture is so beautiful. So is the Japanese culture. So is the Chinese culture. So is the Indian culture. So many cultures. This is what makes the world such a beautiful place. The whole world is a mosaic. It is a beautiful fabric of different cultures. That is the beauty of the world. So we have to promote our own culture, because culture is so important. Culture is what gives us a sense of belonging, a sense of rootedness, a sense of integrity, a sense of uniqueness. Where did we come from? What were those cultural milestones? What are those great cultural values, the fundamental values that make us who we are, our worldview, our outlook, the way we live our lives, the way we proclaim who we are, the way we announce our being, who we are, what we think, what we do, how we relate to each other, how we relate with the world, our values, our principles, our sense of right and wrong. All these together make us who we are. And every culture will have to do its part to make the benefits of generations of those values, those principles, those fundamental roots. That's what we have. That's what gives us strength, because the future is uncertain, but the past is at least what we have. The culture provides us with a sense of rootedness, with a sense of belonging. It's a point of reference. So that's so important. And for Bhutan, culture is one of the very important 4 pillars of gross national happiness. And today, all around the world, thanks to the advance of science and technology, there is the flattening of cultures. A lot is happening in the name of development, which does not have patience with cultures. And for me, this is very sad. Culture gives us nuance. Culture gives a community. Culture gives a society and a nation its nuance, its point, its counterpoint, its color, its character, its dignity and integrity. That is so very important. That's why for Bhutan, it is so very important, as indeed it is important for all cultures. Thank you very much indeed. And to all of you who have had to endure this 1.5 hours with me, I would like to say what a great delight it's been for me. I'd like to thank all of you, wherever you are, and to my very kind hosts for making me a little part of this very big conversation that you have floated. Once again, values define us as the human of the species. Valueless cultures, valueless life without values, societies without values, nations without values will be a valley of dry bones, deserts. And that is not becoming of human beings. That is why values ought to define all our activities, human behavior, in politics, in business, in academia, in families, in societies, in nations, in parliaments, in our courts of law, all over. Values give us a sense of right and wrong, good and bad, true and false. That is what defines us as the human of the species. All of you, once again, terima kasih. and Sejatra, salam sejatra again.
We are honored too, Excellency. Thank you very much. I can see Tan Sri online. Do you have anything to say, Tan Sri?
Just to say thank you very much profusely. I think you have honored us with your presence and your wisdom. Hopefully we will connect some more and hopefully we will do well together.
Inshallah.
Thank you so much, Tan Sri.
My pleasure.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, that is the wrap for our AM session, and let us thank His Excellency Professor Thakur Singh Paudel, the former Minister of Education, Royal Government of Bhutan, for his insight on the topic value-based leadership, the return of investment, ROI of happiness. We hope to be able to listen to you in the future, Your Excellency. Thank you very much. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much indeed. Terima kasih.
Okay, sama-sama. And ladies and gentlemen, so this is again the wrap for the our AM sessions, and we shall meet again this afternoon in our second forum of this webinar entitled Sejahtera Communities. So in the meanwhile, please have a good rest. Stay safe till we meet again at 3 p.m. Yeah. So the online platform via Zoom and also YouTube, yeah, will be linked to all of you by 3 p.m. inshallah. So see you in the afternoon. Goodbye. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating UIAM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown Antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
Kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah iaitu kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like. In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
a place of accomplishments.
Finance.
From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. UIAM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke pusat perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown Antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agenda such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects. Through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
are a place of accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. UIAM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
We make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world for all mankind.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
Hingga hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk dua penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. Dua anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown Antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond. And I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this, when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022, and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible the nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agenda such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects. Through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating UIAM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown Antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agenda such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects. Through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
We are a place of accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. UIAM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
Together, we make the world a better place. Forever, expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world, for all
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke pusat perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown Antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau kita panggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agenda such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating UIAM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk dua penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. Dua anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown Antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond. And I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change an university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agenda such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
We are a place of accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. UIAM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
We make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world for mankind.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenal pasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk dua penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. Dua anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown Antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change an university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agenda such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the G's of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
Assalamualaikum Dr. Rabiatul.
Hello, Assalamualaikum.
Okey. Clear doktor, saya boleh dengar.
Hello.
Ya,
Saya
doktor.
tak apa. Sekejap. Hello.
Hello doktor.
Dengar ke suara saya?
Okey, dengar doktor. Clear.
Dengar jelas ya?
Ah.
Saya dengan siapa ya saya cakap ni? Atira ke?
Atira.
Atira, nak minta tolong sikit boleh?
Ya.
Saya nak buat background macam mana
Oh, okey. Kejap ya.
Sebab saya biasa guna Webex, tak biasa guna Zoom.
Okey, dekat bahagian doktor lihat dekat panel bawah tu ada video.
Ada apa?
Video.
Video kat mana video? Sekejap.
Doktor ada tak panel di bawah doktor dia ada listing participants, Q&A, chat.
Okey ada ya okey.
Dekat bahagian video tu ada macam small arrow.
Top video ada kat atas tu.
Okey, ada small arrow tu, anak panah tu. Kemudian ada choose virtual background.
Tak ada, masalahnya tak ada.
Ya. Jadi doktor jumpa
Selalu kita ada kan virtual background kan? Dekat sebelah video tu ke mute, mikrofon, video kan?
Dekat video tu.
Tapi dekat video saya tak ada pula.
Oh, dekat video doktor tak ada.
Tak ada pula.
Anak panah tu.
Ada anak panah tu tapi tak ada virtual background tu.
Tak ada choose virtual background tu ya?
Tak ada ikon tu. Ada tak ada. Saya pun duk cari-cari kat mana tak tahu.
Tak pasti lah tu. Mungkin tak compatible kot the version tu.
Oh, ya ke? Ataupun di pihak sana buat letak background tak boleh
Tak boleh remote doktor, kena dari laptop peserta sendiri, laptop doktor sendiri.
Tu macam mana ya? Segan lah pula. Salah saya kat rumah. Nampak sekali apa benda kat belakang saya ni. Memang nampak kan?
Macam mana? Tu doktor nak cuba. Sekejap ya, saya screenshot kat doktor. Saya hantar WhatsApp kat doktor.
Saya pun okey, tengok saya punya ya. Saya ada macam ni ha.
Doktor, yang sebelah stop video tu yang macam
stop video.
Tak ada ya? Tak ada.
Kan? Itulah saya macam mana saya nak tengok.
Doktor pakai webcam yang berasingan. Doktor pakai webcam yang berasingan dia daripada apa?
Saya pakai webcam. Ya.
Oh, I see. Mungkin sebab tu kot. Kalau webcam laptop doktor okey?
Tak ada. Saya pakai PC.
Pakai PC.
Saya pakai PC.
Saya rasa sebabkan kita menggunakan external webcam, jadi kita tak boleh nak guna visual background dalam Zoom ni lah.
Ya ke? Ya ke? Sebab rasanya kalau Webex okey je. Boleh pula.
Ya, tak pasti doktor. Tak pun cuba doktor tekan setting yang same as system tu. Kita cuba dulu.
Mana? Same as system. Takut pula saat dekang dia jadi ni.
Tak apa, nanti kalau tak okey, doktor tekan balik yang C9.
Sama lah same. Sekarang saya guna same as system. Pun tak ada juga bawah tu.
I see. So saya rasa tak compatible kot, doktor.
Ya ke? Alah, malu lah pula belakang saya tu tengoklah macam-macam apa ni Atira.
Kalau di Zoom ni kami tak dapat nak remotely tukar. Saya tak pasti kalau Webex ada function tu.
Kalau Webex pun dia sama juga, dia macam ada virtual background tu je. Tapi selalu nampaklah keluarlah virtual backgroundnya. Tapi macam tak keluar virtual background ni tu yang tak tahu mana nak cari kan.
Mungkin sistem Zoom ni dia tak dapat gunakan kalau external webcam.
So, tapi suara saya jelas kan?
Kalau suara okey doktor.
Suara saya jelas kan? Hello? Atira?
Ya. Okey.
Gambar pun clear kot?
Okey doktor.
Gambar pun clear kan?
Ya doktor.
Mana
Assalamualaikum.
Salam, Sister Wan Zaidah.
Dengar ke?
Dengar jelas.
Okay, alright.
Okey, Puan Wan Zaidah ya? Wan Zaidah.
Ya, panggil Zaidah je doktor. Doktor dengar ke?
Ya ke? Okey, doktor. Ya tu ni. Dengar. Tu nak tengah duk check test ni. Saya punya apa benda ni? Saya punya nak background ni nampak clear macam mana nak bagi stop entah.
Okey.
Sebab dia macam tak ada selection apa tu? Virtual background tu. Nampak tak cantik lah pula, nampak sangat tak formalnya. Itulah, mana? Wan Zaidah ada idea ke? Zaidah ada idea tak macam mana nak buat?
Itulah, sekejap, sekretariat boleh tukar ke? Tak boleh kan? Atira?
Sebabkan doktor yang tu menggunakan external webcam. So dia tak boleh, kalau Zoom dia tak boleh untuk tukar virtual background sebab dia external webcam.
Doktor guna desktop
Saya guna desktop.
Okey. Desktop susah sikit lah.
Kalau saya boleh je kalau nak shift to handphone. Tapi kalau shift to handphone, dengar tak? Clear tak nanti?
Boleh je nak cuba, kita ada masa kan untuk cuba?
Saya try guna handphone ya.
Doktor tak ada nak share gambar ke apa-apa kan?
Tak ada.
Okay.
Kita try guna, saya try start guna apa? Guna apa ni? Phone ya?
Okay.
Tapi kalau guna phone, risikonya adalah takut nanti habis bateri ke apa, susah pula kan. Kalau kita nak masukkan apa, headphone apa semua tu kan. Nanti tak dengar kalau guna speaker. Ya. Memang tak ada lah. Select camera, choose a virtual background. Saya fikir tak apalah kot, kita guna yang ni je lah. Saya risau lah pula kena guna handphone.
I think okay je kot. It is the person that is more important than the background. Sebab saya nak mengadjust sikit belakang-belakang tu ya. Zaidah ya. Okay. Doctor, how long have you been with RCE Penang? RCE Penang around 3, officially-nya 3 years lah. Sebelum tu tak secara tak officialnya. Tapi actually saya sebenarnya alumni UIA. Oh ya ke? Okay.
So UIA tu dekat di hati sebenarnya.
Oh, okay. Tak, because I've met Prof Munirah, tapi I've
Just
never met
that
you.
saya tak merasa. Oh, okay. And then Dr. Zainal tu klik masa dekat sini. Before saya just main-main je dulu dengan RCE tu, Dr. Zainal tu adalah co-teaching lah dalam beberapa course kat sini. So macam tu lah kiranya kawan.
Okay lah, boleh reunion lah ni.
Reunion. Okay. Sana Zaida, saya mengejas belakang Ustaz. Okay.
Atira, Dr. Zainal ada slide tau. Dia punya slide.
Okay. Assalamualaikum. Cik Moderator. Testing.
Hello. Yes, Doctor, how are you?
Are you the moderator today? Where are you from?
I'm from UIAM. We have Dr. Rabiatul Adawiyah already, and Miss Mufinder is here too.
Okay.
Untuk Medumin.
Hai. Barbecue jangan lupa. Angolik. Angolik I mean.
Doktor jadi imam ke apa tadi?
Itulah.
Khotib.
Zainal ke tu? Zainal ke tu?
Siapa tu?
Adawiyah lah.
Oh ya Allah. Dia kena pakai sengit sikit UMNO.
Apa yang sengit?
Ya, songkok UMNO.
Songkok tinggi ya?
Ha. Sign out. Okay. Sign out aku kat ni. Am I in? Zaida, I'm still in?
Yes, you are in.
Oh, okay.
Doctor, you are using your account, is it?
Again sejahtera pun. That's why I keep on being logging out.
I think you have to.
Should I come in with my own?
Kena tanya sekretariat. Atira, Optika?
Sekretariat?
Ya.
Assalamualaikum Sekretariat.
Waalaikumsalam Dr. Zainal.
Saya.
InsyaAllah kita tunggu sehingga jam 3, 5 minit lagi sebelum kita mula ya.
Ya, okey ke Dr. Zainal guna account, not his own account?
Oh, okay.
Okay, Jan.
We can change the name.
Right.
My name is Zainal Sanusi there. Okay. It's not only us in the Zoom, huh? There are others as well.
Yeah, we have attendees already.
Oh, you're in the Zoom. Okay, it's a separate Zoom for the panelists. No.
Oh no.
Okay. All right. No exclusivity. Inclusiveness. It will be transparent. And the boss name is there. I guess he must be listening. See what are we talking about today. Dr. Yazrina, can you cheer us up so that we won't be that nervous?
Assalamualaikum Dr. Zainal.
Waalaikumsalam.
Dr. Adawiyah dan juga selamat petang Miss Mukbinda. Alright, thank you first of all for being or agreeing to be in this particular webinar. Alright, I literally had to ask, somebody was doing construction, bunyi bising, so suruh senyap. Saya kata saya ada webinar, saya nak bercakap sekejap dengan all the speakers basically. I do hope it's going to be a fruitful session. Looking forward for what you guys will be saying untuk lebih sejahtera lah dalam masa-masa pandemik sekarang ni.
InsyaAllah. We need an icebreaker. We are too nervous now.
Tak boleh lah nampak Dr. Zainal dia dah menjadi icebreaker. Tiba-tiba, wah sempena hari Jumaat. Okay.
Sayyidul Ayam hari ni.
I'm sure this is going to be a very great session and hopefully it'll be very lively. As you know, it's Friday afternoon kan, after a long break. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So, insyaAllah, shall see.
Let's see. Once I put off my kopiah, then that might be the heated discussion.
But this morning punya session was actually very, very good.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Insaf kita melihat
this
Bhutan yang begitu.
Betul.
Tapi actually Bhutan kan, apa ni, everyone has been vaccinated, you know. Semua orang dah dapat vaksin.
Yeah. Given the number, the same number of vaccinated person in Malaysia. So okay lah. No, I mean that's the whole population. So ours is like what, almost 3 million now. So anyway, Mukbinder, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Never seen in person yet.
Yeah, I think, but we've met at one of the global RCE. Was it global or one of the webinars last year? I think.
Asia Pacific, I think. Asia Pacific.
Yes, the Asia Pacific. Yeah,
virtually, yeah, not in person.
Yes, yeah. Definitely not in person yet.
Okay. We'll be the same, inshallah. I'm not sure about the.
Miss Govinda, we have met before in SK Permata Untuk Jaya, remember?
Yes.
When we have a meeting with Tan Frizo then, remember?
Yes. I remember that very well. That was in 2019,
Yeah.
Beginning somewhere in
2019, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, somewhere in 2019 we have had a program there, and masa tu we have a meeting. Yeah.
Correct. Yes. It was a good program.
Yeah, we really enjoy it.
Cik Moderator.
Hopefully we can do it again.
Yeah.
Cik Moderator, can we test the slide?
Yes, please. Boleh.
Where is it?
I think you can try and start sharing, Dr. Zainal.
That's why I'm trying to figure out where the slide is.
Dr. in your Google slide, kan?
Google slide, yeah, that's why. Yeah, oh my God, I don't want this to be taking my time.
Really, the sharing takes a bit of time, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to put it on so that I can immediately share once my turn comes.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have now come to the 7th session of our webinar on values-based leadership and values-based performance, Series 2 2021, with the theme The Rise of Values-Based Leaders in Action. We have online with us the panelists for our forum today. All of you are online, yeah? Okay. So we have all the panelists and also the moderator, yeah, for the PM session today. So our PM session will we are going to have a forum entitled Sejahtera Communities, yeah. And the forum, the moderator of this forum is Ms. Wan Zahidah Wan Zulkifli from UIAM Sejahtera Center. And before I pass the session to Ms. Zahidah, let me introduce her in brief. Ms. Wan Zahidah Wan Zulkifli is an administrative officer. Okay, wait, I have to find the script. Okay, the text. All right. So she's an administrative officer cum research officer at Sejahtera Center for Sustainability and Humanity, International Islamic University Malaysia. She holds a medical degree from University Science Islam Malaysia and previously practicing at Hospital Kuala Lumpur HKL. Yeah. So before she decided to leave medical practice, she founded a Kinsukuroi Doctors Support Group in Hospital Kuala Lumpur. So I hope I pronounce it right. Yeah. Okay. So a support group for doctors focusing on workplace and psychological well-being of junior doctors or house officers. Yeah. So the group was later officially established and replicated at various hospitals in Malaysia, such an establishment there. Her undying passion in the field of psychology drives her to enroll in Department of Psychology, International Islamic University Malaysia. Yeah, and she received her Master of Human Sciences in Psychology in 2019 with an area of specialization in industrial and organization. With her excellent academic writing and research skill, she was trusted to be one of the main authors for UIAM application to be recognized as a regional center of expertise by United Nations University. So Zahidah, over to you.
All right, thank you, Sister Sharizad. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera and a very good afternoon to all. So I believe this is the final session before we reach the resolution of this webinar, Values-Based Leadership and Value-Based Performance, Series 2 2021. So I am Zahidah and I will be moderating the session today, which is the Forum on Sejahtera Communities. Okay, so I personally believe that this forum is very crucial and so relevant with the theme of this webinar, which we focus on leaders in action. So for that, we're totally lucky today that we have with us 3 representatives from RCEs across Malaysia. So we will get to know the panelists in a bit, but before we get to know them, I'm going to give a brief introduction on Regional Center of Expertise, as some of you may not be familiar with it yet. So RCE, or Regional Center of Expertise, is for education for sustainable development. It's a network of existing formal, non-formal, and also informal education organizations mobilized to deliver education for sustainable development to local, regional, as well as the global communities. So in a sense, we can say that RCE is a platform for higher education institutions to work with the community, embedding the spirit of co-learning and also co-creating towards sustainable society. So currently we have 179 RCEs across around the globe, and in Malaysia we have 6, with RCE Melaka as the newest member of the family. And as for today, we have representatives from 3 RCEs in Malaysia. So the first one is Dr. Rabiatul Adawiyah, which is a fellow in RCE Penang. She is a senior lecturer in School of Educational Studies, Universiti Science Malaysia. She has been involved in various community-based activities, including the most recent one, which is related to the mangrove reforestation in Sungai Batu, Merbok. So how are you, Doctor? If you may say something.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Wan Zahidah. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet everyone here also.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Very loud and clear. Okay, the second panelist for today is Ms. Mukhvinder Kaur Sandhu, which is instrumental in the setup of RCE Kuching, which I believe received their recognition from the United Nations University in 2018. She is currently the Pro Vice Chancellor of UCSI University, Sarawak campus. She has over 15 years of experience in education industry and an advocate of setting up partnership and multi-sector network of organizations to help create solutions to sustainability challenges through education and dialogue. So how are you, Ms. Mukhvinder? Hope you are doing fine.
Yes, doing fine. Thank you so much.
All right. Okay. And our final panelist for today, which is someone who is very familiar to me, Associate Professor Dr. Zainal Abidin Sanusi, Director, Sejahtera Center for Sustainability and Humanity, International Islamic University Malaysia. He is the main focal point and also the Secretariat of RCE Greater Gombak. So prior to his current position, he has held several top management posts in higher education, related institutions and agencies. So in IUM, he is the champion of mainstreaming sustainability and also sejahtera values. So welcome, Doctor. We meet again. How are you today?
Alhamdulillah, bikhair.
Aywa. Okay.
Aywa,
Right.
aywa.
So we are very lucky that we have a mixture of RCEs from the oldest one. I believe RCE Penang is one of the first 7 RCEs in the world, right, Dr. Rabiata?
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
and we have a toddler RCE, which is RCE Greater Gombak. Okay, so I'm looking forward to your sharing today from all of you. So before we go into the topic, just a brief reminder to all panelists, we will have 3 rounds of discussion. So each session will be given 6 minutes. And then after that, we will have a Q&A session, and which we will attend the questions from the participants. So for the participants in Zoom and also in YouTube, you may post your questions in the Q&A box in the Zoom or the live comment section in YouTube. Okay, so without further ado, let's go to the first round of questions. So when we are talking about sejahtera communities, so this is a question to all panelists. So what is your understanding on sejahtera concept and also sejahtera communities? And as someone who works in RCE, how do you operationalize this in your RCE activities? Perhaps we will start with Dr. Rabiatun, if you're ready.
Yeah.
Screen is yours.
All right, thank you, Madam Wan Zahida. Prof. Emeritus Tan Sri Dato' Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Director of UIAM, Associate Prof. Dr. Yazrina Yahya, Acting Director of AKEPT, Ms. Bupinda Kaur, and also Associate Prof. Dr. Zainal Abdul Sanusi, our panelists today. Okay, back to the questions by Madam Chairperson just now. Yeah, actually it's an honor to be here participating in such a huge webinar, highlighting a very important theme related to value-based leaders. Now, the word sejahtera, which is an important word, the focus terms in this webinar. I think when we talk about this term, it is an unavoidable link to link this concept with the term salam, or salim, or the word peace. Here, together with this term salam comes the notion of peace and balance. It is my understanding that the notion of sejahtera does not stand on its own, and it does not stand alone. When we talk about sejahtera or a sejahtera person, that means we are talking about the state of peace and calmness of oneself. So achieving the state that what the Quran says as qalbun salim. So this is a very important term that have been highlighted many times in the Quran. So the concept of sejahtera should start with oneself. Okay, that is one aspect of the word sejahtera. So on the other hand, we are living in a community, right? So living in a community in this world, we are not able to gain the state of sejahtera and peace without the support of others. Without working collaboratively with others. We need our family, we need our friends, we need our co-workers, we need our subordinates, we need our community, and so on and so forth. So, besides absorbing the aura of sejahtera from others, we should also spread the positivity of sejahtera and peace to others. So, the feeling of sejahtera and peace is not genuinely felt if there is no sense of empathy on the imbalance that happen around us within the community. For example, what is happening now in our community, due to the pandemic. So the imbalance could happen in various fields and aspects of life of the community. In the social aspects, it can also happen in the imbalance can also happen in the economic aspects, and various other aspects. Thus, these concepts moves from oneself to the people around us, that is, to the community at large, at all levels and at all layers. Let me proceed a bit from this notion of sejahtera, because this notion of sejahtera does not stop only just at the level of sejahtera person or at the stage of sejahtera community. It extends to the role of a person, a community, to the world he, she or what we are living in. I mean, I'm referring to this world, this universe, the environment, the nature, the world that is entrusted to us by the Creator. Okay, so that links ourselves as a person, as a member of the community to the world that we are living in, and link it with our Creator. The true sense of sejahtera is when it happens in continuity and in consistency. In other words, I believe that it needs to be sustained. Usually, I like to use the word istiqomah. Yeah, istiqomah, I think is the most important word to be linked with the word sejahtera. It does not happen once in a while or in one short nature. Okay, it needs to be consistent. We want the feeling of sejahtera and peace to be happen continuously. Okay, so an important element in the notion of sejahtera is sustainability of the peace and harmony, the commitment and consistent effort, the istiqomah in achieving that notion of sejahtera. I think that is what sejahtera actually means, Madam Zahira. Back to you for now.
All right. So yeah, a very brief and concise understanding of sejahtera, which is consistency, is istiqamah. And well, how do you operationalize this in your RCE's activities?
Yeah, in terms of operationalizing the sejahtera values, under the leadership of Prof. Munira Ghazali, we have adopted the fellow system in RCE Penang. We have adopted the fellow system, and I believe this is among the uniqueness of RCE Penang at USM. At the moment, we have 11 fellow members in RCE Penang, whereby all these fellows are based in their respective departments, either as lecturers, they can also be teachers, some of them are staffs in other departments. Yet, they are willing to contribute in terms of effort, ideas, and time, sometimes resources at RCE Penang on voluntary basis. So I really must admit that they have shown serious commitment and dedication while we are working together in achieving the goals of RCE. I believe that this is an excellent practice on the part of RCE Penang fellow members, not only because of the spirit of voluntarism that the members shows, but also because these members actually comes from various departments and disciplines in USM. We have members from School of Educational Studies, we have members from School of Technology Industry, School of Communication, School of Pharmacy, School of Social Sciences, and few others. So the combination of ideas from various disciplines really produce brilliant ideas in making in us achieving our goals in RCE Penang. Yeah, that's how it goes, Madam Zahira.
Right. Thank you so much, Dr. Rabiatul Adawiyah. So what I can conclude is that how like different people from transdisciplinaries working together voluntarily, and these are from the sejahtera individual coming together, forming a sejahtera community, right? Okay. Yeah. So going over to Ms. Mukwinder. So the same question to you. What is your understanding on sejahtera and sejahtera communities?
Thank you, Wan Zaida. To build on to what Dr. Rabiatul was talking about, it has a very deep meaning, sejahtera. Okay, very complex, and what Dr. Rabiatul has tried to, I suppose, indicate is the fact that at the very core of the sejahtera concept are values and virtues. Let me just share with you what I have tried to, do in terms of putting this concept together visually. I'll share a slide. Can I do that, Ms. Wan?
Yes, please.
Okay. Can you see my slide?
Yes.
Okay. Let me just put this on. Right. So at the very core of the Sejahtera concept are values and virtues. And I think this is very, very important because without these, as long as you have your values and virtues in place, the other dimensions defining Sejahtera comes into place. So, our late VC of UCSI University, Dato' Khalid, he used to question us and he used to ask the deans and directors at the university, let's bring meanings and values into our programs, because without this, we can talk about rankings and we can talk about, the quality of our programs, but without meanings and values, we really, we are really missing the point. So questions such as, what are we doing in terms of offering our programs at the university? Are we just focused on delivering the body of knowledge? Are we getting our students to find meaning in what they are studying with us? Do they know what kind of impact do they want to make when they graduate with us? So meanings and values, these are core virtues, these are core to the Sejahtera concept. And with that in place, the rest of the dimensions come, coming automatically. And very often, Sejahtera is defined, using the socio-economic dimension. And very often we do not, look into the other aspects, the other intangible aspects, such as emotions, moral ethics, the spiritual side of a person. And when all of these, dimensions are sorted in a person, can then, we work with other people, as Dr. Rabiatu was saying, we be able to work with others. And hence, that brings me to the other notion about Sejahtera. And once we have that sorted, within us, we are able to work with people and develop these in other people. And hence, then, of course, take care of our environment, take care of our surroundings. Only then talk about environmental sustainability. So these things must come into place first when we talk about Sejahtera. And what RCE Kuching is doing, well, we have a number of programs in place, community programs, school programs, at all times, trying our very best to bring in these values. As an institution, we have been trying to transform ourselves first before we go out into our communities. So before we started, when we were first acknowledged at the end of 2018, we had to look at how we need to correct things within ourselves first, within the institution first, before we went out to the communities, before we went out and spoke to schools and spoke to other colleagues. And so this was key. And so we came up with several programs, like the Eco Campus program, where we tried to sort things out as far as trying to align the campus's governance, culture, getting people to change their mindsets about all of these key values and virtues surrounding the Sejahtera concept. And we have been doing that still, because that takes time. And we've been speaking to deans and the directors about how they need to bring back meanings and values, SDGs, VUCA, all these uncertain times that we are looking at. How do we look and really emphasize on these, on these things in our program. So we have to correct that before we go out to schools and try and, educate teachers and school leadership, that sort of thing. So these are some of the things that we have been doing under RCE Kuching. Yeah. Back to you, Zahida.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Mukminde. I really like that you stress on we have to transform ourselves first before we go out to others, because yeah, at the end of the day, the values must start within us first, right? Okay, so picking up from that, we're going to the next panelist, which is Dr. Zaina. So what is your understanding on Sejahtera values and how RCE to Gombak?
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Zaida, as a moderator today. Different hat, I see that. Thank you for the invitations to share the experience of RCE Greater Gombak. We might be, 2 years old by now. And thank you for having a man, otherwise this would be called womanal. If it was all women, we were used to be called panel if it's all men, manal. But I think now having gender SDG 5 in, so we should have one man panel here. Thank you for that. I have the advantage of picking up from all what's been said so that I can cut and paste to some cases, all the answers there. Building from that, what I would like to highlight is that for me, my take on this Sejahtera is in the context of our discussions in terms of value-based leadership. Sejahtera is the most comprehensive, all-encompassing values that you need out there. In all concept of multi-layered perspective and also multi-dimensions. So all keyword that's been said by Rabia and Brinda, I totally agree with that. I echo that. What I would like to highlight here is that how those concepts need to be understood, internalized, and most importantly is that put in actions. And that's what we're missing here. Because the discussion on values always stuck and stay at rhetorical level, at values level, but it's not translated into action. And that's what made values become very normative. So in the context of Sejahtera, that's why we see that the word Sejahtera, despite of a very impactful, all-encompassing meaning, it lost the spirit. It lost the spirit because it's no longer been highlighted as an action-based, action-oriented kind of values. Yeah. So that is why, if I may, Dr. Zahida, I would, before you ask me the second questions, if I may refer to a very practical way of how RCE Greater Gombak put all this into actions, because I want to go directly to action, because I think since yesterday until now, with a lot of reference to all this discussions and perspective and conceptual thing that needs to be there. But it's now time maybe for us, this late Friday afternoon, to put up what is there that we have done in terms of operationalizing, what is need to translate the Sejahtera that we believe in into the context of action. So we at RCE Greater Gombak, we take Sejahtera as a very localized concept of sustainability. So because of that, then we have see the different level of activities of RCE Greater Gombak. To start with, I think what we do is WIT. So Sejahtera is the main core values that lay as a foundation, serve as a foundation for our RCE Greater Gombak, which UIAM is a host. Yeah. So from there, you'd see that these are our living lab, because we want to get the students really work from inside out. I mean, we've got to strengthen our institutional arrangement and etc., strongly grounded on the function of Sejahtera with our very immediate neighbor. There is next to our gate, there is somehow we get to agree and give them the name, or they agree to the name, Desa Sejahtera, Pinggiran UIAM. And the most important part of this is that the interested parties, especially the students, are into this project. And there's a lot of other agencies and centers that is roped into this project, and other arrangements that need to be reoriented for us to really highlight the values of Sejahtera. And apart from that, we go a bit further outside the circle. The next level is the Gombak level that we call Gombak Sejahtera Community. And these are the activities of how we advocate and really transplant the meaning and spirit of Sejahtera into actions. One example is Community Garden, whereby the Surah and the PPR, the B40 groups, are working together on a garden plot. And then we've got other activities as well as the PPR flats, where is multiracial activities that really promote and advocate and celebrate the ideas of Sejahtera. And apart from that, we go a bit further at the bigger Malaysia geography, whereby several projects that we are doing, we purposely, deliberately put the word Sejahtera in all possible aspects of the project. One that is ongoing in the pipeline of discussion is that we are quite happy to share, and I guess some of them are the audience this afternoon, is that 10 boarding schools are agreed to somehow start on Sejahtera school, Sekolah Sejahtera, right? So this is how we put all the spirit into practice and directly bringing into action what Tan Sri Zul was saying, the FPK, on the very first day yesterday. And all those things that's been discussion, that have been talked about, and the wish that we're going to do is now being translated in this, quickly. And if you go further at Malaysia level, we see that Sejahtera is not something new, something that is strange. It's been around, and there are many dots that has been implementing Sejahtera that we can put them together. And that's how the RCE Greater Gombak is trying to put all these things connected in the framework of Sejahtera. We've got Kampung Sejahtera, Tanda Sejahtera is just to show how Sejahtera is very penetrative in the society, that we need to bring out the actual spirit of that. And if you go a bit further than that, you see the whole governance of Malaysia framework is specifically, I mean, it's very strongly founded on the word Sejahtera. And this is an opportunity for us to really link all the data, all the dots together. We've got Malaysia Sejahtera, we've got, and the most interesting part that has just been revealed is PITAS, Pelan Induk Terengganu Sejahtera. So just imagine how are all these things connected. I know Zaida looking at me, and then the timing, right? The last component, I mean, towards the last year, we are somehow still struggling to operationalize the word Sejahtera, and this is how the dialogue Sejahtera that we've been doing for the past 41 sessions, try to really get to the meanings, putting Sejahtera real in actions. And finally, if you go to the global level, of course, Muvinda and Rabia, we are together in this RCE network, which in certain extent, I mean, to a certain extent, we are sharing the same spirit, And the spirit of Sejahtera we are sharing with the others, and we know already, as we said already yesterday, that the Ikigai, Lagom, Puga, and all this Ubuntu, they are all similar concept. So we should not be very inferior, or even have any feeling of inferior if you want to push Sejahtera in the context of how it become a very strong component of the community. And we know about Sejahtera Forest. And surprisingly, my last note is, you'll see that there is Sejahtera Canyon Oak that I found in the Amazon, but it's out of stock. Maybe it's too many demand for that. But that just to show that how even America, I guess, I assume Europe, they've got the Sejahtera table kind of thing. So with that, I guess that's how our meaning of Sejahtera, how we translate into Sejahtera. So thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much. So it is amazing how RCE Greater Gombak have picked up just within this 2 years, right? And I like how you already put Sejahtera into actions. So yeah, picking up from that to Dr. Rabiatun. So RCE is seen as a platform for the university to truly walk the talk of benefiting society, leading towards Sejahtera communities. So my question to you is that, could you share with us how RCE Penang work with the communities inside the university and also outside the universities to showcase the Sejahtera communities? Please, Dr.
All right, thank you, Madam Zaida. Okay, I'm really, I totally agree with Dr. Zaina just now when he mentioned about the word RCE as a network. Yeah, we in RCE we work as a network silo. Okay, from time to time we always consult each other and in how to operate our activities and how to reach to our societies. Okay, back to the question from Madam Zahida. It is the intention of RCE Penang to reach out to the community as much as we could through most of our programs. So most of our activities are community-based activities. However, in our reaching out to the communities, it is done in an approach whereby, though the official activities, programs or projects between RCEs and the specified community is over, the communication and the collaboration still happens and continues by the communities. Okay, for example, let me take, we have done quite a number of projects, but let me take just one example. We have a project funded by IHP Malaysia called Integrated Green Garden Project. Okay, In this project, the community involved is the community of SK Sungai Nibong in Penang. We educated members of the community on water education through integrated green garden activities. We guide the school community to develop their own integrated green garden and their own composing system, and to have the air condition is used to water the plants in the garden so that the water did not go for waste. So that there is the elements of water education there. We worked together with SK Sungai Nibong for almost 2 years, and when the project ended, the school still able to sustain the garden using the mechanism that we have shared. Yeah, so in this context, what happened is the aspect of transfer of knowledge happens too, yeah? Okay, and another school that has also participated in similar project is actually SMK Convent Sungai Tikus in Penang. Okay, and I also would like to note that we also have the showcase of this integrated green garden in our Bukit RCE, right? Besides that, it is also relevant to mention here that in RCE Penang, we also have a network of Sejahtera Club. Sejahtera Club is actually a co-curricular education initiatives led by RCE Penang, and it is facilitated by primary and secondary schools, mostly in the northern region of Malaysia. So Sejahtera Club has been created with the aim of developing the students' leadership and capabilities in ESD, and the clubs actually take place in schools, okay? Mainly operated after the school hours and focused on the development of third order skills, okay, among the students in the schools. So what RCE Penang do is that RCE Penang provides one-to-one support and guidance to these schools, to the teachers particularly and the students to develop ESD projects and resources for the clubs. Okay, so our partnership with schools through Sejahtera Club has also contributed to the successful implementations of our activities and programs. Some of the schools that joined our Sejahtera Club is, for example, Sekolah Menengah Syed Syekh Shahabuddin in Bukit Mertajam, also Sekolah St. On in Butterworth. Okay, so those are and a lot more schools, yeah. Okay, those are among just a few that I can mention here. As far as the community within the university itself, we work very closely with various schools and departments in USM. We also have Pusat Sejahtera, just like Dr. Zainal mentioned just now. And among our close partners are, of course, schools of educational studies, where we gain participation from the students and the support from the school administrators. We have the Campus Sejahtera community. Okay, Campus Sejahtera focus more on the staffs, right? And also Pusat Transformasi Insan. So through Pusat Transformasi Insan, we collaborate to instill these values, values of Sejahtera among the members of the community of USM. Okay, so that's things that I can share from USM Penang, RCE Penang, Madam Zahira.
Thank you so much, Doctor. So what I can take from your sharing is that first, the program is not a one-off kind of program like community surveys or anything like that. It's a continuous program relate back to your understanding of Sejahtera, that it is continuity and istiqamah, right? So, and then you share how these multiple stakeholders are working together inside and also outside of the universities. So with that, going to Ms. Mukvinder. So RC is about bringing together multiple stakeholders and using the quadruple helix model of academia, NGOs, civil societies, and also like government and also industrial players. So perhaps you could share with us how RCE could change, operationalize this into your activities.
Thank you, Ms. Wan Zahida. When we were first set up back in 2018, It was not easy to bring together people from the industry, bring together people from different communities, and the people that we wanted to work with, in particular, the communities along the Sarawak River Kiri. We had to literally go from one community to another community, explaining what we were trying to do, and what we realized was that when we are trying to bring people from all walks of life together for a common purpose, it's very important to be listening to them as well. Rather than telling them what you want to do, it is important that we listen to them. So when we changed that, we realized that we were able to bring them and be part of RCE Kuching a lot easier. And over time, over the last 2 years or so, we have been able to try and figure out what would be the best way to bring all of these people and organizations together. And so what we have done is try and see how we can come up with working groups. And these working groups are not only staff from UCSI, because UCSI is the host, and but also people from organizations, youth associations, the communities that we are working with, to be part of these working groups. And with that, we have been very, very successful in rolling out some programs where the communities and the others feel as if they have a say. They are part of the planning process, the implementation. And so when that happens, of course, you would end up with more impactful programs and activities. And so what we have under RCE Kuching now are 4 main working groups, mainly because of the fact that, again, we have been communicating with these communities, and because we have experts here at the Sarawak campus who are focused very much on hospitality and tourism. So we do have a group that works very closely with homestays, in particular on responsible tourism. And our very first concept was to work with communities along the Sarawak River Kiri. And these are some of the work that we have done. Over time, over the last 2 years or so, we have been able to work with close to 200 students in our school program. Youth, close to about 450 youth, from participation in our youth programs to volunteer programs and various ministries, government agencies. Currently, we have 18, fellows who work hand in hand with these people, which form the stakeholder committee. And this includes the government agencies, the youth associations, the kampongs that we are working with. And currently, as of today, we have 21 stakeholders, again, from various agencies. And we have somehow arrange these programs under various initiatives. So we have community programs, we have the school and campus programs, research programs, of course, and the ongoing awareness and communication campaigns. And these are some of the things that we have been doing. Like I said, we had to pay these communities, the villages that we wanted to work with within the vicinity of the Sarawak River Kiri. Why Sarawak River Kiri? Because it's the main source of water to Kuching. And so, we identify 5 communities that we wanted to work with, and we spoke to them and listened and tried to understand what their values are, what they thought was important to them, and what their experience was with what was going on within their area, and how they felt about the environment, the surroundings, and other matters. And of course, focusing on their wisdom, understanding indigenous knowledge, very, very valuable. And so this was the kind of things that we were trying to figure out when we visited these people. So these are the 5 villages that we are focusing on currently still. Kampong Semedang has been our like our living lab, you could say that. And we have been working very closely with the Ketua Kampong, with the housewives, with the people there to roll out various programs. And Kampung Semedang is known for their fishing festival. They call it the Tagang Fishing Festival. It's a sustainable way to do fishing. Tagang is a local word. And we go in during the festival and speak with visitors to the kampong and speak with the locals there and try and work with the kampong to raise this concept of tagang tagang fishing and other things, and of course we don't do it alone. In comes with us our stakeholders. The Natural Resources and Environment Board has been very helpful. We have come up with other programs besides the Tagang Festival that we have with Kampong Semedang, the Sarawak River Art Competition. We work with the Sarawak River Board, and they come in with us as experts, because isn't that what regional centers of expertise is all about? Bringing people together, these experts together to then promote education for sustainable development. So we try to stay to that concept rather than just getting on with it as UCSI University leading or hosting RCE Kuching. And we have received tremendous support. This is one of our key flagship programs as well. Again, talking to these very same people from these kampongs, most of them are homestay operators, talking to them about what a sustainable village is supposed to be like, and sustainable homestay operations, and of course in doing that we have again worked very closely with people within the kampongs and made them role models. And there's one particular homestay that we are working with who is our role model, and we use them and we carry them everywhere we go when we talk about sustainable homestay operations. And this is one of the homestays, and they have it's a little homestay right in the middle of an island in Kampong Semedang, but they are doing amazing. And we have been trying to showcase them as we go, from homestay to homestay, educating people about homestay, sustainable homestay operations. And of course the annual Tagang Festival, the concept of sustainable fishing, and along the way we try to impart other values, such as taking care of our environments, reducing plastic waste, working with housewives to recycle their cooking oil. These are some of the programs that we've had in place. And again, working with the Sarawak Tourism Board, the Ministry of Tourism, they have been very, very supportive towards RCE Kuching, and they have been working with us. And this is something, again, we have come up with the communities. It's it's an online platform that we have on the Pustaka Negeri website, and we have worked with Sarawak Tourism Board to come up with e-learning modules on responsible tourism, and again other programs. Again, at all times we try to raise the communities. So in this particular webinar that we had last year, we gave the Community River Hero Award, where we showcase the good work that was done by this particular person at Kampong Semedang. All right, okay, and of course other programs as well. As we try and or as we become more and more visible. It was looking at a time back in 2017 when we had a difficult time getting people to come on board, and here we are having people contact us to work with them on various programs. So Sylvia, we are getting there, definitely. So back to you, Wan. I hope I have not taken up more than 6 minutes.
Okay. All right, thank you. It's a beautiful showcase of how communities work together in RCE using the RCE platform. And okay, since in the interest of time, we go straight to Dr. Zainal. So, okay, you have shared with us on Desa Sejahtera and how students are involved. Okay, my question to you is that among the 4 components of RCE, 2 of them is transformative education and also responsible research. So, Doctor, perhaps you could share with us how RCE Greater Gombak, with IUM as its host, transform its education and also curriculum leading towards sejahtera communities. Please, Dr. Dr. Zainal.
Okay. All right, I was talking to myself. All right, sorry. This is where we get into the critical part of the discourse, whereby we know for the fact that universities has been engaged with community engagement, university has been doing university social responsibility, baptism, one, etc. But the major question is whether those are the thing that is transactional, usual thing that does not bring in transformative educations in terms of teaching and learning. And also whether it change, whether it give an impact to the research component of the university. So these two components, we know the three mantra of the university: the teaching, the community engagement, and the risk teaching and learning. So what we've been doing is that we really want to make sure that the transformative education part is really taking place and giving impact to what is happening within the university. Otherwise, there'll be disconnections between all the university community engagement that's been done, maybe over weekend, while the learning of the students in the formal education between Monday to Friday is something that is disconnected, right? So in order to do that, let me try to share. There is one case that we are trying to do and use that as a reference. How do we actually do a transformative education in the context of education for sustainable development? So we started from last semester. Yeah, you know this well, Zaida. Last semester, that there is a subject that is a compulsory for each student, each new student. We are the first university that introduced this subject, an SDG subject, an SDG subject, which is made compulsory, and which is trying to somehow introduce a quite a big change in terms of how it is being run. Yeah, it runs on 5 components. There is a very transdisciplinary. We know that sustainability, the same goes to sejahtera, is something that is very comprehensive. It's all connected and it's all integrated. So the basis for that subject, although it's sustainable development, is all encompassing, it's transdisciplinary. The second component is that there's no exam for this one. We know because exam is making a pressure to the student. They will be only picking up the technical skill towards the end of the semester. So what we do is both formative assessments and summative assessment. We do have a bit technical questions, but only like 10-15%. There is a quiz kind of thing. Yeah? And most important part is that this course is 50% project based. So because we want to link whatever they learn, they go to the community and come back and discuss it in the classroom. Otherwise, it will not be a whole integrated kind of learning. And this is what we call community engaged learning. And this research piece, that's where the research, the responsible research components comes in. We don't want it just to be a survey of 40 students and 40 lecturers, etc. They've got to do their own deep research using all the skill as a student. Yeah? And last but not least is whereby we make sure that they've got this component of action and solution oriented, meaning that at the end of the first semester, that subject, they've got to work on a proposal, a real proposal, either something that is they found on in the campus or outside the campus. All right. So in continuation to this subject, what we do when we start from next semester is that another subject that is called Usrah in Actions, taking up the spirit of Usrah that we've been doing, but we put it into action, whereby the students have to do a very specific profiling of the community that they want to work with. And then the following semester, they've got to do a real project. This is how we make sure that despite there's no exam, we are combining a serious efforts of really making them transformational. Really, there is a strong process of tarbiyah, because at the end of the day, they can get the fingertips, all the technical skill, how to build well and how to build building and etc. But what is missing is that how that component of personality, characters, and the values that we talk about, you can't inculcate in the classroom. And the values need to be tested when they go down to the ground. Yeah. So the second component of effort that we do in terms of really pushing for component of sejahtera is that making sure that the project in overall, the spirit of working with the community is part and parcel. It's not a secondary thing. It's not an optional thing. It's part and parcel of whatever that is active. So that's why you get to see in terms of governance, in terms of promotion exercise, the component of community engagement is part and parcel of it. Yeah, we got to see before this community engagement is like 0.003 when I was at previous university. Can't mention that. Yeah, but now here, universities are giving very good weightage of community engagement, because at the end of the day, we know that society is the best teacher. Yeah? Nature is the best book. So this kind of thing is really put into actions in that context. Yeah. For that, Alhamdulillah, yeah, though we know that this may not be a popular approach, but Alhamdulillah, though we are not that into ranking, yeah, the time education and QS, but very recently we've got to be recognized as the 4th finalist of the environmental, so the Green Gown Award. There is a recognition of how universities are working with the community. This is an international recognition under the United Nations program, together with IAU and all international organizations that recognize that at the end of the day, especially COVID is asking us to reset the education. Are we doing it seriously? Or are we going back to the same cycle? So Alhamdulillah, with this kind of award and recognitions, we now slowly getting the trust of the community that this is a way forward. Yeah? So the leadership that we talk about and all the activities that before this, not an easy thing to convince the community, but slowly, but steadily, inshallah, tying it with the concept of sejahtera from the Islamic perspective, either al-falah or al-afiyah, yeah, and then pitching the concept of sejahtera as a local concept of sustainability, so we can now see a kind of like a mutual agreement and support that this is the way forward in terms of really pushing for transformative education as again transactional, transmissive kind of educations, and responsible research instead of just transactional research, which may be for the need of the 2 billion people on the top, not the bottom billion of 5 billion people. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Doctor. Yeah, society is the best teacher, nature is the best book. So I really like that. And picking up from that, to Dr. Rabiatul Adawiyah. So this is the last round before we go into questions. We focus on students. So you just tell us just now about Kelab Sejahtera and how you work with schools. So my question to you is that how RCE Penang with USM as its host inculcate the spirit of Sejahtera in its student, perhaps using the youth wing? So perhaps you can share with us your experience.
All right, okay, thank you, Madam Zahira. Oh yeah, so just now I've been mentioning about Sejahtera Club, yeah, and now we're talking about youth. Youth, being a youth, they are actually full of energy and motivations. We can't deny that, yeah. They are eager to move and take charge of things, and I believe that such spirit should not let to waste. So since we are in a university, our strength is of course our students. In RCE Penang, we have what we call youth wing. We name them as Sejahtera Youth. Most of the programs conducted by Sejahtera Youth are targeted for USM youth, but numbers of them are targeted for local youth communities as well. So what is interesting about Sejahtera Youth is that it is an all student session. All the programs are organized by students, and these programs are all for students or for the youth. Though they are operated under the umbrella of RCE, but in terms of structures and organizations, the students are the ones who take charge. Most of the activities are outlined in accordance with the UNESCO International Days, such as the Wetland Days, World Cleanup Days, and things like that. All right, under the initiatives of Sejahtera Youth, we managed to extend the cooperation and collaboration in the youth wing with other RCEs also. We have sent few members of Sejahtera Youth members to RCE Tongyong, for example, in Korea, yeah, where we learned about what happened in the RCE Tongyong. We also have sent our Vice President of the Sejahtera Youth, Brother Amirul, to Japan as an ambassador to represent RCE and School of Educational Studies on sustainability programs. So we are hoping that this energy from our students, from our youth, okay, can be fully utilized, yeah, so that when they come back, they continue to contribute to the society, to the youth, to their members, yeah, to their friends. So this is the role of RCE Sejahtera Youth. So we not only have Sejahtera Club, in which we collaborate with students and schools, yeah, but we also have specific wing on youth, where we have this Sejahtera Youth. club. Okay, and the focus is not only the students or the youth in the universities, but also the youth outside the universities with various of activities that they have been doing and still doing. Okay, so that's how we operate in terms of our manpower from the youth aspect. Okay, and then Zaira, that's from me.
Thank you, Dr. So because students are, at the end of the day, they will become the agents of change in the communities, right? Okay, so question to Ms. Mufinder. So just now we talk about students. Now another group of interests. You talk about how you want to transform the institutional first. So one of the most important group, one of the important group in university is actually the group of administrators and also the top management of the university. So how RCE Kuching with UCSI as its host, like get this group of administrators and also top management to be hand in hand in this effort towards successful communities?
That's a very good question, Ms. Wan. And of course, in any institution, especially in education, I suppose, since we are talking about that, the top management is very, very important. Otherwise, you only just see pockets of success. Okay, and as leaders, in education, we need to assess what our major priorities are. Okay, all right. And in that, we have to understand that, okay, I've said it again, to have learners who have the knowledge, the skills, the values, the attitudes, to address sustainable development, it is imperative that we as education or educational institutions transform ourselves to mainstream ESD in all aspects of our learning environment. And we are looking at the whole institution approach. And so we are trying to align governance, the university's governance, culture, operations, facilities. It's not just the academics who are working towards bringing ESD, into, their teaching and learning. But we want administrators to be part of this as well. So again, the whole university approach or the whole institution approach is key to this. And as a leader here at the Sarawak campus, I'm well placed, and also as chairperson of RCE Kuching, I'm well placed to get everybody on board, and to get them to be part of initiatives of RCE Kuching, and for them themselves, in whatever capacity that they are in, to exercise leadership and try to bring impact to their communities, first of all, change themselves, work with others, work with the youth, and then go back to their communities and try and lead in some of these sustainable initiatives that we are talking about. So over here at the Sarawak campus, as UCSI Sarawak campus, as the host of RCE Kuching, we have, had several initiatives. Of course, one of the things is trying to, come up with programs and getting our programs during the review and revamp process to include meanings and values and SDGs and the VUCA elements in our programs. And that is very, very important. And at the same time, we have an eco-campus program where we work very closely with the senior management or the top management of the university and the campus to talk about best practices, to get them to do reporting, sustainability. We have a quarterly sustainability reporting that they have to do. We have a sustainable purchasing checklist, for example. We have a community garden where we encourage not just the students, we encourage, everybody, academics as well as the administrators, to be part of the community garden. And how we came up with the community garden was working with, with the agriculture department, getting their advice on how we can, come up with this concept and get everybody involved. And some something simple, composting. We are getting everybody. We have training kitchens on the campus, so we're getting the students and the staff to be part of the composting initiative. And so, again, like I said, the top management of a university or and any institution are very, very important. They are key in bringing about these key mindset changes that we want to bring about in order for our learners to also have the same values as well as attitudes. Back to you, Wan. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Mukbinde. So what I can get from your sharing just now is that how you empower all your staff from your top management until the even the low staff to be together in this effort. So we come from that to Dr. Zainal. This is the final question before we go to Q&A session. So from Tan Sri Zul talk yesterday, I remember he told us how many of us, given our PhD and professorship, actually go down to the ground and dirty our hand and work with the community. So yeah, educators are the noble souls that we pave the pathway for the students, and they are responsible to actually embed their values to the students. So perhaps you can share with us how RCE Greater Gombak, with IUM as its host, transform the academics, and so that they in turn will become the catalysts of change.
Okay, thank you, Zaida. This is again, but I might reinstating what I've said before. Community engagement as part and parcel. Yeah, as Tan Sri put on the notes in the chat box that this concept of RCE is something that has started 2005. Yeah. With the intentions of real transformations of the higher educations. What and why are we referring to transformation? Because we've gone far from what is the supposing role of the universities. So in order to really change the functions of university, going back to what is supposed to be the functions of educations, then what we're talking about is that reorienting the whole education exercise. And the best way to do that is that the lecturer, the teacher, the educator, the one that has to be really going down to the ground. Without going down to the ground, I mean, talking about values with theories and etc. in the classroom and in the seminar, even seminar like this, sorry to say, that if you don't really experience dirty hand, like what you said, Zaida, go down to Sawah Padin, etc., you can't really share the values that you got down there. And then you can really inspire the students, because they see you talking from the armchair. So and this is a common issue among universities resources as well, that we've got a lot to talk about, but when we push for actions on the ground, that's where the challenge is. How many of us really want to go down there? We might be experts in community engagement, but at the same time, do we really go down to the level that we change the community on the ground? So what we do in UIA, alhamdulillah, is a bottom-up kind of approach that not only the academics, the administrators, the book that I had got on the screen is a book of a collections of how we want to somehow the administrators to get the feel. When we talk about sejahtera, when we talk about sustainability, what does it mean operationally? We don't want them to just be listening on the lectures of what sustainability, what sejahtera is, but what we want is for them to really start hands-on what needs to be done. So we got to see a lot of projects on the ground, as what Binda was saying, garden, etc. So many things happening from the administrators. So that dichotomy between academic and administrators is broken, hopefully, inshallah. That's the first part of how we encourage academics to be part of the process as well. Because unless and until the silos is broken, then you would not be able to see the actual spirit of sejahtera from within to outside happening. So that's the first part of how we manage to manage to encourage the involvement or the engagement of the administrators, because they are in some universities, administrators are seen as just to do admin work. But in our place, the spirit of sustainability, the spirit of sejahtera brings all these people together. The second book that I would like to highlight is, because here at UIA, we are maybe you want to say that value and book-based leaderships. Yeah? The boss said that the project is not completed until there is a book to document, because this is where the reference will come in later on, and it's where you highlight and share with the global. This is what we've been doing. Yeah, this RCE Greater Gombak is a collections of the activities that universities has been doing, not very recently, but it's a continuation, building up based on what has been done before, into something that we call from WIT to WCT. Whole institution transformations, meaning that transforming the UIAM institutionally to be prepared for internalizing sejahtera and sustainability, and then move that spirit and bring that operational aspect into the community, starting from Desa Sejahtera as our neighbor, as our living lab, and then slowly move to the outer part of the region, yeah, to the Greater Gombak and all the other part. So the collections of books inside, stories inside this book is all manifestations of what we've been doing so far, alhamdulillah, yeah, and which strong message that unless and until that everyone really work with the community, not for the community, right, only with the community, get their hand dirty, then things will be as usual, will be a transactional thing. We keep on talking this and that, but it will not take place. And we see that kind of momentum is being picked up even by ranking institutions in a way that when time higher education is really emphasizing of how universities is working on changing the community, contributing back to the community, it becomes a very good component. So we are pushing for a new trend. We are setting a new trend that community engagement should not be an option, should not be a secondary thing. So those are the experience that we can share, and it's also a showcase of what has been done rather than a wish list of what needs to be done. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Zainal. Yeah, I really like the point where you stress that we work with the community and not for the community, because I think that's what's been missing before. Okay, so we have finished the 3 rounds of discussion. So now we move on to the question and answer. Perhaps we could address a question by Tan Sri Zul. Okay. RCE concept was created by UNU in 2005. It was intended to transform the current higher education institution that is based on the factory mass production model. So after 2 decades have passed, and given the post-COVID-19 pandemic, what is your assessment towards this transformation? So I'm opening this to any of the panel. Perhaps, Zainal, since you're smiling, perhaps you want to answer this first.
No, I'm trying to avoid. Let others answer first.
Or Ms. Mukwinder?
Yeah, that's a tough one. Well, again, like I said, you know, I think Tan Sri Zul, you brought the concept of RCE to UCSI, and I'm ever grateful for that, because with that, we've been able to roll out a number of initiatives. The SDGs office came about after that. So, you know, so unless and until, you know, the top management of HEIs understand this and, you know, understand why RCEs were, you know, there in the first place, and host RCEs at their universities, we might only just see pockets of success. Not all will be on board on you know, on this. And so we as UCSI have been able to come on board because of this, you know, very concept of RCEs. And it started off as, you know, a very difficult thing. We had to first understand what is RCE, what does it mean? Because I remember at that time, my VC just giving me the whole project. So I had to first understand what was the reason behind setting up RCEs and why, and then getting to people together to work with us, visiting communities, understanding what was going on. So it took some time, and it definitely requires time. But of course, when we attend our regional meetings and when we attend meetings at the global level for RCEs, we realize, oh my God, there's a lot of amazing work that's being done out there, and we learn from each other. There's one coming up, I think next week on the 8th of June, and we look forward to hearing from other RCEs from across the globe on the great work that they are doing. We have tried to bring together RCEs from the Asia Pacific region to work on what we are working on, rivers, water, along that concept. We have done some initial work with some of these RCEs, and we want to bring that further. And so it does definitely take time. We may not be there totally yet, but we have made progress for sure. I'm very sure. And of course, with the COVID-19 pandemic, we were held back for a while, but we are trying to revive some of our community programs. That is already happening, revive some of our school programs. So, definitely we've made some headway, and lots of good work has been done. Yeah.
Okay, right. Thank you, Ms. Windes. Any of you wants to pick up from that?
Maybe I would like to continue a bit from there, Madam Zaida.
All right, sure.
Yeah, so I think, we have been listening to Tan Sri Zul, the day before, and I think, yes, this impact of these industrial revolutions, the mass productions, I think, produce the kind of human without soul and spirit. Okay, and but I think what is happening now, particularly due to this pandemic COVID-19, we are actually reflecting, assessing, muhasabah, looking back to the real essence of us as a human being. Okay, I think this is actually a blessing in disguise in one sense. Okay, where we can see that humans are not just machines or productions that we need to produce to serve the economic industries and so on. Right. So but there's the aspects of values and the aspects of spiritual that need to be looked upon on these human beings. That is why when now we are looking at the imbalance in terms of the emotions, where the suicide rates is increasing, due to pressures and economics and things like that, we can see the imbalance of the human sides of a person is actually showing its impact on the community. So I think our task in RCE is just actually started. Yeah, it's a more challenging way. Okay, and we have to realize that this is not an easy task. Yeah, though we have been working maybe since 2 or 30 years back, but this is actually an ongoing and continuous process. Okay, I think that's from me.
Right, thank you, Dr. Rabiatul. Dr. Zainal, can I reserve you for the next question instead?
Okay.
All right. Okay. This is question from Dr. Suhaimi from UIAM. So, how to expand this sejahtera work to the world?
Okay. All right. One thing, we've got to sell sejahtera, as to how, if you can recall the slide that I put, sejahtera together with the concept of ikigai of the Japanese, omoyari even. So, omoyari, ikigai. So, and then you've got lagom. So you can say at par. So these are the concept of living that is of similar to sejahtera. So we've got to put them together in selling this concept, that these are a very good concept of living. That's one. Yeah. Two, we've got to establish concept of sejahtera in terms of strong, solid operational implications. And that's what the Dialogue Sejahtera has been struggling. I've been pushing all this while for our 40 series at least, is trying to somehow bring down the concept of sejahtera, not just salam sejahtera, toilet sejahtera, clinic sejahtera. It's got to go beyond that. So once you establish that meaning of sejahtera and sell, another thing is sell PITAS, for example, when Terengganu come up with that framework, is something that is good in terms of governance. And then these are a good showcase of how Sejahtera as a concept of sustainable living can convince the other people that we are no different from the other concept. And in fact, even in the concept of, the other ways is that also for us to sell the concept of Sejahtera as to how it's compatible with what Islamic teaching is. Because we've got like 1.2 billion Muslims out there who believe in, of course, the teaching of Islam, and many of the practice of Sejahtera is the practice of Salam, is the practice of Afiyah, is the practice of Falah. So these are the kind of concept that need to be showcased together. Dr. Sami, professors of ME, need to be showcased together. And inshallah, we don't have to refer to Sejahtera Forest in Tongyong anymore. We may have another Sejahtera somewhere else, inshallah.
Okay, all right, thank you, Dr. Zainal. So in the interest of time, so this is the last question from Encik Shamsul Amri. Okay, first comment, great insights from panelists. My question, based on real experience, what could be the possible showstopper if such engagement activities to be realized or embarked upon? So I'm passing this perhaps to Ms. Muswinder.
Could you repeat the question, Ms.
Based
Wan?
on real experience, what could be the possible showstopper if such engagement activities to be realized or embarked upon?
The activities. Well, at the end of the day, what we have been trying to say, I think all three of us, is that, the fact that communities are the main actors in whatever we do. I hope I'm answering the question, but really in any activities that we roll out, it is very important for us to be, highlighting the good values and virtues of these communities and working with them rather than, telling them what to do, and to highlight indigenous knowledge. And I think that is very key as well. Local wisdom and the local concept of Sejahtera, as Dr. Zainal was saying, the fact that Sejahtera should be something that is, Malaysia's pride. So these are the kind of things that we need to be, looking at when it comes to our activities. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Any addition from Dr. Zainal? Perhaps you want to ask?
No, I guess there might be another round of questions. Or if not,
okay. That's actually the final question. So because we are running out of time, there's one last concluding remarks from all of you. Perhaps a 2-sentence of how you can conclude today's discussion, and how Sejahtera perhaps bring impact or change in your life. So Dr. Rabiatul, start with you.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Zahida. I think as what we have discussed earlier, I think the most important thing is this concept of Sejahtera should start from our own self first. Yeah, the state of peace and salam in ourselves. That one we have to maintain. That one we have to sustain. We have to build up. Then from that state of peace and Sejahtera, we can transfer the positivity to our community. Okay, and as I mentioned earlier, it is a collaborative work, and it's not a one-shot state. It should be a continuous state, and it should be something that need to be done in istiqamah, in consistency. So that then only this idea of Sejahtera can be spread to the community. Okay, I think that's from me.
Thank you so much, Doctor. So, Ms. Mukwinder.
Thank you. So I think one thing is very clear, right? What we need to do is to consistently continue working on Sejahtera values as we work with our communities, with the youth, as as education institutions, to consistently bring through this concept of Sejahtera, and of course at the end of the day, what we want is for this whole thing to culminate into, uniting all of us through humanity, and especially now during these times where global compassion is very, very important. As we talk about, that we were talking about, vaccinations, how Bhutan has, vaccinated the entire population. But let's bear in mind, there are countries who have not even received any vaccinations at all, frontliners who have not been vaccinated at all. So this is very important. Culminating, what we have been talking about since yesterday about sejahtera and values and virtues and how, as leaders, especially, we try and culminate this in whatever that we do and assess really what our major priorities are and what we can do to exercise leadership to raise this concept, within us, with people we work with our colleagues, with our students. That's all one.
Thank you, Ms. Mukwinder. All right, Dr. Zainal, a quick one.
All right, thank you so much. I think I would end by reflecting that if only Desa Sejahtera is named Desa Lestari, it would be a different story. When we propose the name Desa Sejahtera, it immediately get to the connections of everyone there, because the concept of sejahtera is something that's been an innate values among them. So immediately after, when we name them Desa Sejahtera, they start picking up issues like bila cakap Melayu kan, kalau desa sejahtera macam mana benda-benda sampah kena ada. So bila when the name is Desa Sejahtera, immediately action is that it has to be clean, it has to be a very cooperative, collaborative, semangat kejiranan dan sebagainya. Meaning that throwing in the word sejahtera can change a lot to our own community, because that is the innate value that's been there. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you to all panelists for your fruitful discussion and also sharing. I personally like this sejahtera word, how impactful it is to our life. So especially, I think the spirit is very much needed in this, global fight against COVID-19. So with that, I thank you all the participants, and I'm passing this back to Sister Sharizat and the Secretariat. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Right, thank you, Zahira, and well done, panelists, for the amazing works on bringing people together, in ensuring sustainability on the platform, on the RCE platform. Congratulations, And ladies and gentlemen, let us now thank once again Yang Berusaha Dr. Rabiatul Adawiyah Ahmad Rashid, Associate Fellow RCE Penang, Ms. Mukwinder Kaur Sandu, Chairperson of RCE Kuching, and Yang Berusaha Associate Professor Dr. Zainal Abidin Sanusi, Secretariat of RCE Greater Gombak. And last but not least, Ms. Wan Zahidah for the good work of conducting the forum. And ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next session of the webinar, I humbly request everyone to take a break for 5 to 10 minutes to refresh the Zoom platform. There is a slight technical glitch, but no worries. We will invite all of you back again in due course, so stay tuned.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating UIAM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Tapi selamatan kita betul-betul dia. Universiti tak ada ruang. Tak ada ruang. Kalau satu nak balik universiti antara kedatangan tu, jadi bunyi-bunyi tu keluar. Ini dalam
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pensyarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenapasi oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk dua penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. Dua anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown Antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light
change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond.
Line tak begitu clear. Okay, I'm okay, but the line is not that strong enough and ada echo sikit. Sorry. Let me speak. It's okay if no more. Can you hear me clearly? How about my video clear as well? Okay, so nanti just give me the hint when I should start. I'm not following the discussion over there, so okay. Okay, let me know, yeah, when you are about to start, yeah.
Right, Alhamdulillah, seems that we managed to overcome the technical issue just a little bit. By the way, I can see we still have our viewers on the Zoom platform, 175 of them altogether. So what about on the YouTube? We have several, right? On YouTube, 200 something. Alhamdulillah. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next session of our webinar this afternoon. And in the interest of time, we need to make it quick. So now let us welcome Yang Berbahagia Profesor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Director of UIAM, to present the resolution of this 2 days webinar and the way forward on implementing values-based leadership and values-based performance in the higher learning institution. Over to you, Tan Sri.
Thank you, Syarizat. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. A greeting of peace. Yang berbahagia Datuk Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar, President of UIAM, colleagues, participant brothers and sisters. I am given this task of delivering to you the resolution that was crafted by the organizers based on the last 2 days sort of deliberation. So I will try and read them. My reading skills are not very good, so I apologize beginning from this. But let's get it through as soon as possible. And I believe this is not an easy task because there's a lot of things that have been said in the last 2 days, and try to create a gist out of it can also be problematic. Anyway, let me start off with the notion that value-based education or value-based leadership needs also to take into consideration the context that you are talking in. Although we talk about values as something which is cross-cutting, but there also needs to be looked at in terms of the nuances and also the context of where the values come from. So in Malaysia, for example, value-based leadership could be contextualized on the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan or the national education philosophy as part of its deliverables in translating values into reality. At the end of the day, we want to see values being manifested rather just being talked about or being just given in an abstract form. Yeah, it is in a sense an inside-out process, meaning that it allows the individual to internalize those values and to experience it, in the words of the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan, to create what they call the kesejahteraan diri before attempting to dispense leadership to the community, to the students, or even the staff. In other words, the person needs to transform him or herself before you can attempt to transform other people. Leaders should empower team members from success to significance to community and stakeholders. To be leaders among leaders in the university in particular will have to gain respect and to lead by example, and they should not be selfish or arrogant, but to be part and parcel of the community, as somebody said just now, to be with the community or with the student rather than to be away from them. Leadership is about growth and nurturing more leaders through co-learning and co-creation. Leadership is not about creating more followers, and worse still, to create personal legacies at the expense of the institution. I think this has been a tendency most of the time. When new leaders comes in, everything is thrown out because they want to make place or room for their own legacies, regardless of what has happened before. Measurements should also take into consideration impact by translating knowledge into something that is beneficial for the society at large, not just confined within the institution or the university. Under the pandemic situation, I think we have been lucky in the sense that it has break down number of silos. And these silos are the one that is identified as barriers of people working together. And hence we are now expecting value-based leadership to work across the board and to share values among themselves so that we can create a community that is more cohesive for the sake of humanity rather than sectarian sort of interests. We still lack trust, and therefore value-based leadership needs to advocate shared values, belief in empowerment, flexibility, innovation, accountability, and to focus in making ethical decisions for the good of many rather than the good of a few. Organizationally, it is about developing physical and psychological space that is people-friendly, that makes people want to interact with one another, build more understanding, and build more trust. To be emotionally, to cater emotional well-being by developing a relationship and respect with one another, safety and security, and also by making fair and transparent decision making. On social returns of investment, as far as values is concerned, it takes into consideration intangible returns that are more productive, building dreams, building hope, and also building goodwill rather than just bottom lines the way it is seen today. There must be also communicating of values that are not only talked about, but more importantly, lived, and also making it real in preserving life and also celebrating living. People must be treated as human beings, not mere employees or workers or human capital, taking care of people as they will take care of the organization eventually, creating happy organization and nurturing happy workers or happy people in the organization. The worth of happiness, to quote ex-minister Thakur Poidel, the worth of happiness is experienced by one person is so much that even 5 scores of horses cannot carry them. It is rather metaphorical, but we often forget that things that cannot be counted also have got its own value, sometimes greater than the values of just dollars and cents. Real leaders are leaders with compassion, leaders with high moral values, leaders with ethics. Leaders are good to be with people rather than for people. And therefore, this whole notion of pemimpin, living together with people and among people, is a kind of leadership that could promote values very well. The last few is my own creation, because by the time the secretariat gave me the the session wasn't on, so this is my own addition, and I hope it is acceptable. From the discussion of the 3 panelists, I got this, that leadership is directed towards values and virtues embedded in the formation of Sejahtera community beyond just tangibles, namely socio-economic sort of dimension. And this I'm referring to RCE Sarawak sort of a presentation, which very much capture the notion of Sejahtera taking other values of spirituality, emotion, and moral ethics at the same time. Sejahtera leadership is actionable, working with the community and working for the community, be it locally, be it indigenously, regionally, as well as internationally within the framework of sustainable development goal that is accepted on a global basis. Good leaders, and I think this is a kind of a repetition to a certain extent. Good leaders are among and with the people rather than standing away or ahead of the people that they are trying to quote unquote lead. Last but not least, putting value-based leadership into curricular design, making it as a next generation learning process post-COVID is one of the demands that I think value-based leadership would have to fulfill. In other words, we are transforming the current structure of education, which is often quoted as education without soul, to put back the soul in a way that it becomes part and parcel of the curricular or the formal education rather than just co-curriculum as such. This is, I think, something that is needs to be done on a holistic dimension as we talk about whole institution transformation and hopefully leading to the whole community transformation. So I guess that's about it for the time being. And I'm also been notified that the first series, which was held in February 15-16 this year, there's also another set of resolution. And these two hopefully will be combined. And I think this will be a kind of a guideline for us to work on. And then also to look at what is possible next. And the suggestion that was given to me, what is next is in terms of a continuous program for value-based leadership. Value-based shall be instilled at all levels of people, starting from schools right down to institutions of higher learning. There's also the move to develop modules, very concrete modules that is based on value-based leadership, so that that could be used across the board in trying to promote value-based leadership in institutions of higher learning. And last but not least, advocating value-based programs, not only at national levels, but also international level. I think there's a plan to have what we call a mega trend summit, hopefully before the end of the year, so that we can now start to concretize what value-based leadership is all about and put it into action as we move forward. So ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, thank you very much for this opportunity. And before I sign off, I would like to convey my heartiest congratulations to all those involved and to make this another successful meeting of minds. I'm sure we have learned a lot, but there's still a long way to go. But nevertheless, given the kind of passion that you have demonstrated over the 2 days and previously, and looking forward of what's been planned, I think there's a lot of things going for us. So thank you very much. Let's make dua, inshallah, that we will be blessed. They are given the courage to make the change, and more importantly, as many people as reminded us, to be consistent in what we do. So Sharizat, back to you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Tan Sri. Thank you very much for the insightful resolution shared with us all. And you mentioned just now that we need to combine the two resolutions from the first series and this one. Inshallah, the Secretariat is taking note on that. Thank you once again, Tan Sri. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting more time, we are now coming up to the final session of 2 days webinar, and we have with us here to address the closing remark is Yang Berbahagia Datuk Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar, the President of IIUM. Please welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Before I start off, can I check the quality of the audio and the video?
The video is clear. The video is clear, and we can, inshallah, hear you very clearly. You may proceed, Dato'.
Okay, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala khatamil anbiya'i wal mursaleen. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd. First and foremost, thank you, Madam Moderator, Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dato' Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of International Islamic University Malaysia, His Excellency Professor Thakur S. Odial, former Minister of Education, Royal Government of Bhutan, Vice Chancellors and Deputy Vice Chancellors of Public and Private Universities, IIUM University Management Committee, Executive Directors and Registrars, learned and distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and very good afternoon. I have a great pleasure to say a few words at the end of this 2-day session. I've heard a very promising resolution from Honorable Rector just now, and I would like to concur and add my voice to his voice in thanking everyone for taking part in this 2-day event in anticipation, in our hope that we can cascade down and craft a very formidable and very tangible action plan as we progress further. Before I go to the few points that I have taken the liberty to share with everyone in the next 10 to 15 minutes or so, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Management Services Division, IUM, and Center for Leadership Sustainability, CLS, AKEPT, for organizing the Value-Based Leadership and Value-Based Performance webinar. I've made to understand that both agencies have been working together several times now for national level programs. And I was made to understand this is the first time ever the topic on value-based leadership as well as value-based performance are being presented in detail and being shared with higher learning institutions of both public and private entities through an online seminar with the theme, The Rise of Value-Based Leaders in Action. Hopefully, the leaders are in making, inshallah, because the country and the nation would need this kind of quality of leaders, the sooner the better. I believe that the movement, or when we are moving from the theoretical aspect of VBL and VBP, IUM is taking the initiative to go further on the practical aspect of VBL and VBP, as our role is to lead the humankind to the right path and to become an exemplary to others in many dimensions of life, administration, management, development, innovation, as well as sustainability agenda moving forward. I'm sure that throughout the 2 days, each webinar, the participants have been exposed to many insights and many great ideas coming from great speakers and, the thought leaders in the society coming from many backgrounds in the academic world and beyond. I'm sure that everyone are very much embedded with this great information, insights, trends, vertical, which could make us able to see through the important and the significant of value-based leadership as well as value-based performance at the end of the day. So let me share with all of you some of my thoughts, which are not structured, I would say so, after listening to respected Honorable Rector just now. I would like to say the following words just to wrap up our 2-day session and before we can take a very good break in the next few days for our weekend. I think the seminar or the webinar has been focused on 3 keywords, which are very much important, but most of the time they are not connected to one another. The 3 words are basically value, leadership, and performance. Though we are looking into 2 different teams and streams altogether, but at the end of the day, it is my humble belief that we need to make 3 of them connected and not working in silo. Because sometimes as we progress to make everything connected and wired to one another, demolishing and bringing down the Chinese wall among public universities, among professors, among intellectual and faculty members, we are still having a small pocket of silo mindset or the working in isolation or the minor and the small Chinese wall somewhere, somehow. And this is quite important. And for that matter, even in the case of leadership and performance, we need to make them connected as well. Of course, embedded with the value as a foundation of the quality for both leadership and the performance. Of course, you would agree with me that value without leaders have no value, and the leaders and the performers without great values are not great leaders and great performers. This is the basic mathematics of our 2-day event. As much as we wanted to see more good leaders to be produced from our university, both at the the high level up, as well as the middle management, all the way to our student and the future leaders of the country, from those great students whom we are taking the pride to produce as many good leaders in the future. We cannot, in any case, pull aside our attention to the quality of the values. The problem of the value proposition in our society, values have been made very utopian, very intangible, and very much limited and cornered to the corner of religion, the culture, the adab, and what have you, as if values have no commercial implication. Values have no professional standard. Values have no life even to compete with other interesting theme of innovation, creativity, governance, and what have you. So we have to believe, or we have to start believing that values are as important and tangible as with many other themes in modern world. I think the first challenge, if I may share and with all of you, is to infuse the values system into the leadership and the performance. And this has been the most challenging part of doing things, because things are easy to be operating on their own track without being infused. In this world, doing something on its own track is the easiest thing to do. But the moment we want to combine the two to make it comparative, to make it embedded and infused, then the challenge will come in. That's why the excellent, perhaps the performance, shouldn't be given to someone, to any organization that works on a very silo mindset, on a very straightforward concept, rather than building up a very complicated and compounded and infusion kind of theory at the end of the day. From the infusion strategy, we need to move quite quickly to the issue of to make this infusion parameterized, to cascade down into specific template, very clear template that everyone of the leaders across the organization, from the high up middle management all the way to the student leaders and the student at large, being made aware of this parameter of the infusion of values vis-a-vis leadership and the performance. Of course, what comes next will be the action plan, the roadmap, which we need to articulate, and we need to put in very project management concept, because many concepts I've seen, not only in the academic world but beyond, are lacking the action plan, the milestone, the steps, and the who is doing what, and what would be the plan B and plan Z if plan A is not working as we plan. In many cases, there were no plan B and there were no plan Cs whatsoever, and that makes the whole thing collapsing at the end of the day. It's good to have good motion and good thesis, but if you don't have a good roadmap and action plan or actionable plan, we are leading to the to where we started initially. From there, we need to move on to a level where we do things, where we plan to do things. Everything should be measurable and should be tangible. And in this case, we need to really underscore the level of underperformance, the level of performance, which is quite easy to do, and from the normal performance to the higher performance, and from the higher performance to the higher performance in critical matters. Because again, higher performance is not good enough if the performance is not directed to something which is of critical matters. During COVID-19, the issue of sustainability, the issue of care and attention, the issue of making the university the hospital of the citizen, making the university the school of the community and beyond. So we need to have a new paradigm shift, a new mindset. Surely all the speakers in the past 2 days have been speaking about these ideas of new set of making the university the tower of excellence given the crisis and the pandemics. I'm not going to repeat what the other great scholars have said, perhaps in the past 2 days. And the last but not least, we need to move on from high performance on critical matters which are impactful to the society. And the word impact has been the least word being measured, I would say, in the whole across the globe. And we need to move on from the normal performance to the critical matters and now to the something which is of impactful. And at the end of the day, values, from my perspective, I could be wrong, are always data driven because values are the longest living creature on this blue planet. Values are being with us from day one when Adam was sent to this world, so we can make values observable and can be made trendable and we can be made data able. And this is something that we need to move on to transform everything to a very transparent nano-based measurement at the end of the day, because nanotechnology is not about medical sciences. For me, I've seen many reports and research now using the quality of data of values from the first human being sent to this world, from Adam alayhi salam all the way. Values are there, and the values have been very abundant in our society. Our job is to compile them and to give the meaning and the insight and the prescription and prediction of the values, and that will make everything transparent, as in the case of the biography of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Everything is very transparent, and it will be easy for us in terms of promotion, in terms of appointment, in terms of so many things in our society, be it at the university level or beyond. The last word, Madam Moderator, I would like to wish everyone all the best, and inshallah, we hope that this event will be blessed. My last quote would be, the easiest thing to do is to articulate about change, but the most difficult thing to do is to change and transform on the real ground. With that note and with that quote, I would like to end my concluding remarks for this great event of today's webinar. I wish everyone, all the success. Stay safe, and may Allah protect everyone from this pandemic. And hope we can meet again in another series of great event of unlocking the potential values in leadership and performance. Thank you. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam, Datuk. And ladies and gentlemen, Datuk Daud's speech marks the end of our online gathering for 2 days. Yeah. So before we end our session, let us congratulate the Management Services Division MSD of IIUM for the job well done in organizing the seminar together with AKEPT for giving us this opportunity to organize the seminar, the webinar, yeah. And special thanks to Yang Berbahagia, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dr. Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of IIUM, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Abdul Rahim Ahmad, Executive Director of MSD, for the advice and guidance, Associate Professor Dr. Yazrina Yahya, Deputy Director of AKEPT, for the trust given to IIUM, and utmost gratitude to all participants and viewers. We are grateful to have you with us online since yesterday up to now. And on behalf of the organizing committee, please accept our apology on any shortcomings or glitch happened during our 2 days webinar. We appreciate your comments and advice for us to improve in the future. Stay safe, everyone, and have a good long weekend, inshallah. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Al-Fadil Ustaz Ramadan Subki Abdullah to recite the dua. And allow me to end our ceremony. Stay safe, everyone. Adhere to COVID-19 SOP all the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. اللهم إنا نسألك العافية من كل بلية ونسألك تمام الغنى عن الناس. اللهم حبب إلينا الإيمان وزينه في قلوبنا وكره إلينا الكفر والفسوق والعصيان واجعلنا من الراشدين. اللهم إنا نسألك حبك وحب من يحبك وحب عمل يقربنا إلى حبك. O Allah, the compassionate, the merciful, grant us peace and iman, safety and Islam, and guidance to perform all that you please. O Allah, grace us with your divine guidance, lead us with your blessings, and guide us with your mercy, so that we will follow the right path in leading this worldly life. Make us your obedient servants, who shall lead this ummah towards its success and splendor. Make the outcome of this seminar be of great benefit and contribution to the development of our people in Malaysia and the whole of the ummah. O Allah, may these days of ours be better than yesterday. May our tomorrow be better than today. Please grant us positive outcomes in all our endeavors. Save us from disappointment both in this world and the hereafter. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hadha jam'an marhuma wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma wa la taj'al fina shaqiyan wa la mahruma innaka ala kulli shay'in qadir. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.